searching for the answer to all our trials. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love, even the stars between us won't bury us. One day we can be together in this moment.
hello. Hopefully, got a few people trickling in here today. Hello, happy Wednesday to everybody who's be watching this video or watching the stream. Hello, everyone. All right. Hey, Wade, how's it going? Hey, Anna, good to see ya. Good to see ya. ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien. ¿Y tú? Hey, Kristen, hello. How's it going? I hope everything's going well. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hopefully everybody is doing wonderful and great. Hopefully everybody's got everything going absolutely positive. We got 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks into this end of the semester scenario. Can you believe it? 14 more days, and there it is. It's gonna be over. So if you can believe that, it's unbelievable. I'm sure that a lot of you have been working very fervently on homework and the test. Remember that the third test is due in 4 days. All right, so the third test due in 4 days. Be sure to finish that up there. Make sure to get that done in a short amount of time. Well, in the meantime, though, obviously this is before class, but how's everybody doing today? Anna, Wade, Kristen, how are we all doing today? Hopefully we're doing really, really good. Hopefully super positive vibes. Hope you had a good past couple of days, at the very least. At least I hope so, anyway. Have had better days. Oh no, Anna. What happened? There was like nice weather outside. It was pretty chill. You doing okay? Or it was just kind of one of those bleh days? I don't know. Sometimes you have those kind of days. It's kind of like bleh. Totally understandable. I don't know. I don't know what inconvenient. Ooh, your car speakers don't work. Inconvenient problems. That's true. Car speakers don't work. That's very sad. Oh, that does suck. When you're trying to listen to your music through your Bluetooth or whatever, you know. I did all my assignments outside so I could partially enjoy the weather. Ooh, very nice, very nice. I enjoyed my music writing. I could totally understand that, Anna. So did you take your car to a shop and see how much it would cost to repair said speakers? Or maybe I don't know. Maybe just put in new speakers. You ask your stepdad. Okay, that's fine. If your stepdad can do it, no problem. See, at least diagnose what the problem is. You gotta have some cruising music while you're driving. Like the other day when I was driving, like yesterday I was driving back home. I was like, I gotta put on the Eurobeat music. I gotta drive fast. It's very important. You doing well? By the way, it's Monkey D. Luffy's birthday today. I can't really argue with that. It seemed important for Crunchyroll enough to wake me up early. And Monkey D. Luffy is a badass. But that's totally true. Car had to go to the shop too. A sensor's been making my alarm go off at 3 a.m. What? Okay. That's really weird. Oh, so you gotta wake up at like 3 o'clock and then put off the alarm and then go back to sleep. That's annoying. I ain't gonna lie, Kristen. That's annoying. That's like interrupting your sleep time. I mean, I could go without speakers. Maybe for a few days, until it gets fixed. But yeah, every day for the past few weeks. Oof. Oh. Yeah, it goes off. Okay, yeah. Definitely get that looked at. You don't want to be annoyed the rest of your life. Or at least to the point where you take a sledgehammer to every part of the car in order to break the sensor. I wonder what sensor's setting that off. There's only a few sensors that make the alarm go off, so there can't be many of them. Kristen, you could drive it down to like a person you don't like, and drive it down their street and just kind of leave it in front of their house, walk away until the next day. How do you get your revenge? Well, the best way is just to go in and drive your car right in. There you go. I mean, the mechanic guesses a hood latch sensor, so they pulled it yesterday. Hasn't gone off yet. Okay. That's kind of weird. A hood latch sensor. Well, that's positive that at least it hasn't gone off yet. So maybe it was the hood latch sensor. I wonder how much it will cost to replace that sensor, but I don't suspect that it would cost a lot to replace a small sensor like that. But you never know with cars and how much repair costs are. Now I have a Honda Civic, and I don't know how expensive some of those things are in my Honda Civic, so... My Honda Civic, man, tell you. It happens to a lot of, Yo, my hat today was for Patron, best stats class ever. Wait, where's my beard and my head beard? Yeah, that got shaved off yesterday. I wanted to clean up a little bit there, Cool Dad, so decided to go back to my younger self here for at least a good week or two before it regrows again. I have to, everybody says I clean up pretty. Yeah, everybody says I clean up really good. So I get asked the question. Yeah, you look 42, and then I'm like, yeah, let me clean up here. And how do you think I'm 42? The answer is, I don't know, probably not. The beard is nice. It's getting a bit itchy though. Get itchy. Megan, good morning. Good morning. Anna, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Baja tequila commercial. We're getting down to the very final 2 weeks of this semester. I'm pretty sure it can be forgiven that everybody needs a slight imbibement every once in a while. When you're of age, of course. I do not promote underage drinking, but if you are eligible to drink and you need a little bit of relaxation, a little bit of a drinking thing, not a bad thing. So there you go. Man, we got lots of people here in the chat here today. I'm really happy about this. Okay, good. We answered a lot of it was actually pretty busy last time with the many questions that I got here for like a few hours. So I'm sure that a lot of you maybe have some questions here to bring to me here today, which will be good. Dylan, my friend, how you doing, mate? I'm doing great, my friend. I'm doing very good, my friend. I hope you're doing good. Hopefully things are pretty chill. It's the afternoon over there, so afternoon/evening. So hopefully things are going really, really nice over in the UK. Things are nice and relaxing. That's what all I want for the rest of the week. Yeah, go for a walk. Weather's pretty decent. Even out here, the weather's pretty decent. Your next wait, your next class switch times today? That's weird. Probably have to leave it around 11:20. Wow, Megan. Wow, why would your class magically switch times? So, like 20 minutes into my class. That's kind of weird. Is there anything special going on in your class? I mean, usually I know you're here for pretty much the whole time here, Megan, to be fair. I don't think the teacher has something to do. Well, I don't know what the teacher has something to do. Maybe you call the teacher up, be like, are you playing COD? Is that the problem? You know, you want to play more COD? You want to play more Call of Duty? You want to play more multiplayer? You know, that's just how it rolls. You know, I totally understand that. I understand you want to level up your MP5. Tell them we have something better to do. Too true, too true. Oh my goodness. We do have better things to do. That's true. Better things than whatever they're peddling. Okay, that's pretty bad. I'm peddling to you mathematics. He's peddling something different. I'm better than you. I'm a better information broker. I am the one who information's better. Move this here. That there. Okay. It's just your Latin class. Okay, I gotcha. Just your Latin class. Well, Latin is very important, I will say, since it's the basis of most languages in the world. So I can't really argue with that. Latin is one of those things that I like, that I respect. You know, it's actually, we have a lot of basis from Latin, so I mean, we just use it in a different modern context today compared to what we used to use, but hey, that's okay. Besides, Latin makes you sound cooler, you know? That's just how it rolls. Oh, thanks, Anna. Slouching a little bit. Gotta adjust for my lumbar support. Got a bag there. Let's use the seat bag. You have exams each day, so feel scared. You had about 4 today and do another load to do this week. Wow, you have exams or quizzes there. Exams are quite exams are quite stressful, but usually you have like a quiz to kind of go over some stuff. Exams, okay. Isn't there time to actually learn the material before doing like all that? See, that makes you sound cooler. I may know Magister. Magister means master. I don't know the other 3 things. We have to do it ourselves. So. Yeah, Magister's teacher, that's right. Magister is teacher. I always... Okay, you're right. You're right. Well, so what does that mean totally if you put it all together? That should sound like facile. Facile means easy in Spanish. Oh, hello, teacher. What are you doing? Okay, there you go. So how much I know. Yo, I never used inverse norm on the last test, and I also got a bad grade on the last test. When do we use inverse norm? Use inverse norm when you are given an area underneath a curve there, Cool Dad. So if you're given an area underneath the curve, and I'll say a mean and standard deviation, or, um, let's say you're trying to find the middle 99%, or you're trying to find the left, 5% or something like that. I could show you how to do that. Not as bad as me. Go to the big screen. Yeah. The best teacher in effect. Thanks, Dylan. Um, so, the best way to kind of describe this is let's go to inverse norm here. If you're given like an area underneath the curve, let's say you want to find the area like let's say you want to find 99% or like the area underneath the curve to the left. In normal calculators, it's typically going to be everything's defaulting to the left here. So if you have like say the left 99%, or the right 99%, you're just trying to find 0.01, which is the area to the left. So you have 99% over here, and you got 1% over here. If and then you could keep your say mean and standard deviation, whatever they're given. If it's not given to you there, cool dad, then you have your default values as 0 and 1. And then you could keep your tail as left and paste it, and then you could figure out a z-score associated with that particular guy. Also, you could do this here with, say, use inverse norm. Let's go back one more time here. Inverse norm can also be used with like percentiles. So if it says, hey, what's the 15th percentile of blah, blah, blah with this, distribution? So you can put an area here of 0.15 for like the 15th percentile. Let's make up a mean and standard deviation. Let's say 20 and let's say 3. Okay, so I want to find out the 15th percentile there. And we'll paste it. And we'll and again, this would be the score that would be associated with the 15th percentile according to that distribution. It'd be 16.89. Okay, so was there an inverse norm question on the test? I don't believe that. Maybe like one, and maybe none. I don't remember off the top of my head. It may be like one part. But did you do the practice test there, Cool Dad? Does anybody know Greek? I know very little Greek, outside of Greek letters, of course. Okay. All right. How many times did you do the practice test, Cool Dad? Now remember, you got multiple tries on the real test. You have up to 5 tries. Okay, then try the practice test again. Remember, it's the same questions. If you do really well on the practice test and keep improving, then the real test also improves as a result. I'm between accepting the C or not. So basically, let me see if I understand this right, okay? So as everybody likes to say, C's get degrees. There's only one issue with C's get degrees. You're going to have to earn the C first. Now you're saying, well, I got a C on this test. I'd be like, okay, yes, you did get the C on this test, but then what about the rest of your grade? What about the homework and the other tests that you did? What about the final? Are you going to keep skirting on the edge, being the edge lord that you are? Or are you going to be like, hey, maybe I should secure my grade? It took you 4 hours. Oh, boo-hoo. Okay. Alright. Boo-hoo, cool dad. Boo-hoo. It took you 4 hours. I give you lots of time for that reason. Besides, you can get up and walk away, and come back to it later. So, it took you 4 hours. Oh, no. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be a little harsh here. Cool dad. You could cry about it took you 4 hours to do a test, but I could guarantee you, it's a lot less painful than what your wife had to go through when she had your kids. All right, that's being a real cool dad, is understanding that fact. I'm gonna call you out on that. Well, then you see my point. 4 hours, I'm not crying. I'm pretty sure you can get through 4 hours of doing a test and then 30 hours worth of labor that your wife had to go through. Calamari. Oh, that's interesting. I tell you, that's why I respect. That's why you can respect. That's why you can respect the ladies. Oof, that's a rough process. All right. Let me pause this for a second. All right, let me do yeah. So, all right. I know. I know. I know. Tache is Latin. Basically means to shut up. Why haven't you told me that all semester, Megan? Ugh, you're speaking too much math. Shut up. All right. Gotta do some intros here. Let's. All right. Let's do this here. All right. Let's do this. Okay, let's get started today. Welcome back to Wednesday and the week time today. So today, doing some more Q&A here, some more question and answers for any and all of your stats questions. We already took one here just before we got to formally start here, but as you all know, once again here, just as a serve as a reminder, remember that in 4 days, the third test is due, so be sure to finish that up by the 9th. Okay, so that's the third test there. The final has been posted, and all the homework has been reopened, and those are due on the 19th. That is 2 weeks from today. All right, so 4 days from now, the third test is due, and 2 weeks from today, uh, the um, the final exam and the homework are due. So everything is set up and ready to go. Cool Dad says, ask a question. All right, what question would you like to ask there, Cool Dad? Ask away, my dude. Ask away. I am here for questions. I'm here to take on your questions. Um, where's What's my favorite color of bell pepper? And that's a good question, actually. I would say red. Red or green. Um, red or green. I'd probably say, you know what? Yeah, red. Well, actually, green is actually pretty tasty. So, um, I do like my green bell peppers, especially. I do like my green. They're both really good. I would have to kind of say that they're kind of they're kind of equal in my opinion. But that's just how I feel. So, how about yours, Cool Dad? Definitely red. Fair enough. Absolutely outstanding. Outstanding. Ziggy. Anyone. Everybody. Does anybody have any questions, by the way? Any stats related questions? I will be taking those on right now as you see fit. Red for you too, Ziggy. Very good. Any questions anybody has that they would like me to go over from the homework or the like? Um, if there are any questions here that anybody has, think about how, or if anybody wants to talk about something here in particular, then they can go right ahead and please do so. You think you're good on questions? Oh wow, Megan's got it down like a boss. I can respect that. Until someone hears another, what's my favorite Beatles song? Hmm. You know, if you've ever seen the video to Yellow Submarine and what a psychedelic trip that was, I'm gonna have to say Yellow Submarine. I, true fact, I watched it when I was a kid, and I had no idea what was going on, but you were just entranced by the fact that it was just like really cool looking at the same time. I don't know what everybody else's favorite Beatles song was, but there you go. Need to look over the notes. Very good. There's all the notes are there for you. So again, you can look over the videos and you can go over the Blackbird. It's a very good song as well. Oh, that's so nice. That's really, really nice. Let's see here. Anybody watch the anybody get a chance to watch the NFL draft? I hope you guys did. Twist and Shout, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Very good. I love that movie. That movie's so good. I remember when that came out there. Very nice. It's a lot of good classic songs, certainly. You gotta love, what's that? Dancing Queen by ABBA. Everybody knows ABBA, so love that song there. Or again, Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. Excellent song. Or again, let's see what else. Beat It by Michael Jackson. That's also really good. Um, Wait, you're at Improv Live. Nobody knew ABBA, huh? There you go. Huge guilty pleasure for disco music. Excellent. I can respect that. I can totally respect that. Disco music is great. It's got that. It's got that vibe to it. I love the vibes, man. Like disco vibes are great. You know, used to listen. Let's see if we got some disco music we can actually play. We'll switch up music tracks. Well, it ain't really great disco music. I like stuff without words. That's true. That ain't the greatest disco music. That's just like EDM disco music. Let's try again. Here we'll go with this. Yeah, why not? We'll go with this. This one might be a bit better. Rasputin Russia's greatest love machine. I'm just a love machine. Oh man, so good. I just picked this up from YouTube, so there'll probably just be other things just kind of thrown in here. Any homework questions while we are listening? While we're listening here, are there any homework questions you guys have, or any test questions or whatever, or practice test questions, I should say? Let's see, what other homework questions I have here? Actually, I'm gonna check some. Well, you guys are... Uh-oh. Okay. I see what's going on here. Alright, I see what's going on here. Alright, that's not a problem. That's fairly interesting. I see that everybody's kind of waiting until the last minute to do the test here once again. Remember, there are no extensions for this exam, by the way. I'm just going to point this out here. I see a lot of people are waiting until that last minute, because I only see 1, 2, 3 people who've actually completed the actual exam, and we have 4 more days to go. Alright, so again, as I said, if you email me and says I need an extension, be like, nope. It's not that my other classes are being mean. It's not that my other classes are being mean. Hey, I know everybody's got other priorities of which they need to do, but you know, I only ask for certain priorities every once in a while. So you're doing it Friday, okay? I hope to see that you have a good score here, Anna. Very important. You'll be taking it tomorrow along with the practice test. See that you started here with the practice test there, Kristen. So that's good. I see that. Very good, very good. I want to try taking it this week. You have to take it this week. Try to record doing the practice test at the moment. Very good. Megan, you have to do it this week because it's due at the end of the week. It's not about a want to try. It's about you have to do it because I set the deadline for the 3rd test to be the end of the week. Oh no. Alright, here we go. Looks like we got a question. Alright, so let me go over to my homework side here. Give me a second, Ziggy. No, Megan. Megan, you got it wrong, okay? The chapter 8, 9, 10, and 4 test is due on the 9th. That is this week. Alright? So I wrote that. You have to read my emails there more carefully. Chapter 8, 9, 10, and 4 test. That's the 3rd regular test in class. You have to read those emails very carefully because I put the due dates there exactly as it's intended. That is due on the 9th, okay? As I've noted here, alright? The final exam and the homework are due on the 19th. Okay, those are due in 2 weeks. But 4 days from now, you should have that 3rd test completed. Yeah, regular test is the 9th. That's right. I went through the whole practice test, spent 4 hours. My grade is horrible because I skipped the problems in here. That's fair. That's fair. As long as you understand, that's fine. So it's kind of like my. So if I send out emails, Megan, you gotta be careful about that. Yeah. Wade wants to do last-minute finals. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I gotta change that up. Hang on a second. What? Wait. You said you already took it. Okay, let's check. Did you take it or not? I can check. I can check specifically to see if you have done it. Say you did it, and I believe you. And you did. Okay. Alright. Very good. Megan, you already took it. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Let me go to the homework assignments here. Alright. Oh, whoa. Come on back to me, please. Please. What happened to my homework problem? Right there a second ago. Alright. Ziggy asked a question. I'm trying to get to that problem. Alright, here we go. Yo! Hey, Aiken! How we doing? Having dinner right now because I'm fasting, so not home. I'll come back to the stream in 2 hours. I might be still live in 2 hours, actually. That's true. Harry, if you said something. No, that's cool, buddy. No worries. Alright, let me switch to the other screen here. There we go. Wade, you'd like to ask a question? Go ahead. I'm going to answer this question here from Ziggy while you're thinking of your question. Alright, so let's take a look here. It says, suppose a doctor measures the height X and head circumference Y. Haircut, by the way? Yes. Yes and yes. Yes and yes. Suppose a doctor measures the height and head circumference and obtains the data below. The correlation coefficient is 0.903, and the least squares regression line is going to be 0.189x plus 12.229. Complete parts A through C below. Okay, so what they do already is they give you the correlation coefficient of 0.903, and they give you the line of best fit. So, to do this one, Ziggy, you just need to use the information that's given to you here. You prefer in-person teaching or Twitch? Both. Twitch is good, but in-person is I could be like a little bit more personal with you, in my opinion. But you know, both are just fine now that I'm kind of used to doing it on Twitch these days. All right. So, Ziggy, what we need to do here is that we're going to take this correlation coefficient of 0.903. And in order to get r squared, we're going to literally just square 0.903, all right? So I'm just going to show this off here really fast. So we're going to just take 0.903, and we're just going to square it. So notice we get 0.815. 409. So this represents a percentage here. All right, that percentage is representative of 81.5%. All right, so that's essentially what they're asking for here. Again, the reason why is they ask it as a percentage as opposed to a decimal. Now maybe that's the first part of the confusion from that first part. So go ahead and do that, and we'll remove that. All right, fine. Okay, so B, construct a residual plot to verify the experiments of the least squares regression model. All right, so it's going to be a scatter diagram. Again, you basically use the line of best fit, plug in all your numbers in there, and compare it to what you have here. So again, you have the observed y minus the predicted y. So again, observed y is what you see in your data set, and then your predicted y is whatever you get here from your line of best fit. So all we need to do here is just to take a look and see what the difference is. We can eliminate two of our answers by looking at the very first one, which is, let's see, 25. So let's enter 25 into our line of best fit, and let's see what we get. Okay? So we'll put 0.189 times 25, all right, plus 12.229. Again, I got these numbers here from the problem that it already gave this to us here. And so we get 16.954. Now, according to what we have here, this should be the observed minus the predicted. So we have 16.9 here according to our observed. So we'll just subtract that by 16.954. And so we have a difference here of 0.054. All right. So if we look at the residual should be negative according to what we have here for the very first value, which is 25, or the lowest value, which is 25. So it can't be A because this would indicate a positive residual value, this dot here. And it can't be C because this would indicate a positive residual value here. Okay, so obviously it is going to be either B or D. Okay, so at least we can eliminate 2 of the answers out of the 4. All right, so let's see which one it would be at the end of the day. All right, so the one point that is kind of different is this point right here, this 4th point. Let's see what other points are a little different here. Oh, well, it looks like the last value is actually different too. So let's take the last value. So is that going to be positive or negative? The last value is going to be 27.75. All right, so let's try 27.75, and then we'll go with that. Add by 12.22. We get 17.47375. Okay, so 27.75 here. 17.5. So 17.5 minus this previous answer. So we get a positive residual. So it should be D here because this last value has a negative. This one is positive. It should be D. And that's correct. Okay. All right, so now the last part here talks about our coefficient of determination that we found here in part A. All right, Megan, we're going to see you next week, right? I hope so. Or again, email me if you have questions, okay, Megan? Just let me know. So it says approximately 81.5%. Again, we're just going to use the same exact percentage that we have. Excellent. Of the variation in this case here, we are going to go with y. Of the head circumference is explained by the least squares regression around a line of best fit. According to the residual plot, the linear model appears to be, in this case here, let's see, would this be linear? I think it would be. I think it'd be appropriate here. Let's check that, see if that would be correct. Yep. All right, good. All right, and that's right. So there we go. And that's going to be our final answer for 4.3, number 1. All right, any questions about that? Oh. All right. Actually, this. There we go. All right. A lot of difficulty on chapter 4 as a whole for some reason. That's okay. That's why I'm here to answer your questions there, Ziggy. you're having a few more difficulties, and ask me questions. So I'm here. What's my Switch ID? I have to open up my Switch and did I show it on stream once? Right? What is my Switch ID? If I even find that. I like your optimism, Wade. Oh, that was my right. Oops. Let's see. Do I find that underneath settings, right? I don't think I've ever looked this up in my life. So well, where do I find that, Cool Dad? Do you know where I can find that? Or is it just my nickname? Is it just the nickname that you're looking for? Your profile? Okay. I was asking for an update. Okay. Go update things. Give me a second. I'm gonna try and get this thing updated. Okay. So this would be found underneath this. So my profile. Okay, my profile. Check my account information. Friend settings. Posting to social media. Yeah, I know. Let's see. That's my account information. That's my user settings. Where can I find my Twitch ID? All right, hang on. I actually get lost at these things. I always have to look them up. I ain't gonna lie. From the home menu, tapped on the friend list to the left. Okay. Okay. I could do friend list. I could go to profile. Oh, here we go. All right. All right. I got a friend code, right? Okay. All right, there we go. Who will get the world record on Bowser's Big Bean Burrito? Find out next. Find out next on the next Dragon Ball Z. Alright, so this is my friend code here. There you go. 621437. Okay, there we go. Alright. That's it right there. Yeah. Yeah. Power this down. Boom, there you go. Found it finally. All right. Good, good. Taking more questions here, by the way. More questions. Feel free to ask whatever questions you may have. All right. Where's my thing? There we go. Got it. 4.3, question 3. You got it, Ziggy. All right, let's go over to question 3. All right, so the data in the table represents the various weight of domestic cars. Oh, that. The data in the table represents the weight of various domestic cars and their miles per gallon in the city for the 2008 model year. For this data, the least squares regression line, the line of best fit, is that. Okay, a 12th car weighs 3425 and gets 12 miles per gallon. It's a Hummer. It's got to be. Actually, a Hummer would be worse. Compute the coefficient determination of the expanded data set. What effect does the addition of the 12th car to the data set have on R squared? All right. All right. So let's take a look here at the data set because that is what they're wanting us to look at. Okay, and then we have to add a 12th car here according to what they have. So that's what we're gonna do. So like in this problem here, Ziggy, it's gonna be a kind of a half and half problem. So let's go ahead and first of all enter in this data into a table. So we're gonna edit into our lists here. So we're gonna go to stat and edit. Let's put these in our lists and clear up my list that I was doing the other night. Okay, let's clear that. All right, so highlight and clear. All right, so let me enter in all the X values, all the weights here first. Okay, 3772, 3310, 990, 2750. All right, and then we have a 12th car here, which is 3425, because that's what's given to us here in the problem. So it's not on the list, but it's right here. They give us that special 12th car. Okay, so there we go. We got it. And now we'll put the miles per gallon in list 2. That's a requirement for my cars. They have to have good gas mileage. All right. All right, so here is our list of data. Here's our list of data that we have here. Now we're going to find the coefficient determination. To do that, we're going to go ahead and second mode. We'll quit to the main screen here. We're going to go over to the stat menu here. We're going to go to calc. We're going to go to number 4, which says lin reg ax plus b. Do I take a request to go through things? I mean, sure. If you have a request there, Jacob, please feel free to ask. If I can do it, then yeah, sure. So here we're gonna have a list, X list here of list number 1. So second one for list 1. List 2 here should be list 2. So that should be second and 2. And then calculate. And then as we can see here, we have an R squared here of 0.5476, or in this case here, 0.5. They want a percentage. So we have 0.5. Oh, this is percentage. So 54.8% since that's 7.6. We'll check that, and we got that. All right. Vectors, in relation to like vector multiplication, or what? It's been a while since I've done vectors. I'll be honest with you, but I can give it my best shot on that one. Vector multiplication pretty easy though. How's the addition of the 12th car affect r squared? It actually will decrease r squared. So, because then it'll be less of a correlation. So we'll hit check answer, and that's correct. Okay, so if it's a data set that kind of brings it down because it has a lower gas mileage, it's gonna change things. Is the point corresponding to the 12th point influential, or is it an outlier? You have to hit the stat key, Ziggy, and you have to go to calc, and then you go to number 4, which says linear regression, or linreg. So stat, calc, and then number 4. I think you just asked my guy. He's a teacher, not a DJ. Unless I DJ shit. True. There you go. I'll put that in the chat there. Okay. And then that's how we can get that. And that'll be the answer there for that one. Now, I haven't done part B here yet. As the corresponding both car an outlier or is an influential? Yes, it is influential. Not sure if this is an outlier or not, but nope. Okay, so it is an outlier. All right. Oh, I got that wrong. It's not influential. How is that not influential? Thing literally brought down the rest of the data set. What do they define as influential? All right, now I have to see. That's nice. The definition of influential is different. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's how they. Okay. So in this case here, they defined influential as an observation that affects the line of best fit, affects the affects the line of best fit, slope or y-intercept, and the value of the correlation coefficient. Okay, so that won't change it at all, right? So, okay. Can I go to part A again? Yeah, sure. Remember, that's in terms of a percentage there. All right, now Jacob's been very patient about asking his question, so let me go to vectors here for a second. All right, so really quick here, Jacob, if you're still there. Let me just ask if you're still there, Jacob. It means math vectors. Math vectors Math vectors in a either a 2D space or a 3D space. Just depends. If we're talking like vector addition's really super easy because you just have to add up the appropriate things. So like if you're doing like here, let's bring up the paint tool. So like the super easy one here is probably like vector addition subtraction. So you could have like two vectors, so like 3, -2. You could add it to a vector of -1, 4. And then basically you just add up the two numbers that correspond with each other. And that's really easy. Like this is vector addition in a nutshell. Like honestly, just pretty easy to understand. So here we have 3 plus -1, which is 2, and then we got -2 plus 4. Okay, so vector addition, pretty simple. That's not too hard to really figure out. Okay. Now we also have vector multiplication. All right. Vector multiplication's a little bit different than that does take a little bit of time to do. So let's we could talk about that here really quick. If Jacob's still here, I don't know if Jacob is. Jacob, you here still, or are you? Hello? Like there's two types of matrix multiplication. So like not matrix, vector multiplication. So there's like here's a scalar multiplication with a vector. All you have to do is just multiply 4 by everything on the inside. That's really easy. Again, this is the simple stuff here, so this isn't like anything brand new that you haven't seen here. Stream sniped? I mean, that's kind of true, I suppose. um, so here he says scalar multiplication is pretty easy. Now, if you're doing like direct vector to vector multiplication, yeah, that is going to be a little bit different because what you have here specifically is you have, say, what you have is here, if you have two vectors here, we'll call it u times v. The multiplication for that is uv times the cosine of theta. All right, this is the dot product here, I guess is the best way to put it, is the way we kind of do this here. Okay. So the dot product here is, again, significantly different than that of other things that you do. You're probably looking at me like we're doing stats and you're mentioning a trigonometric function. I'm like, well, yeah, that's vectors use trigonometric functions in order to get stuff done. That's just how it goes. So what is an example of this here? Let's take a look at an example. It's been a long time since I've done this, but let's take our example that we have here. So we have 2i plus 6j for u. We'll have v here be 3i minus 4j. Fine. Okay, so if you need to find this first here, you need to find the magnitude of a vector. You need to find the magnitude here of u. Forgot if this is notation for magnitude off the top of my head. I could be wrong with that. I'll just it's magnitude. Which is equal to the square root of 2 squared plus 6 squared. Alright, so that's equal to the square root of 40, which is equal to 2 root 10. Magnitude of v Magnitude of v here is going to be the square root of 3 squared plus negative 4 squared, which is going to equal the square root of 25, which will be 5. Okay, so we have the magnitude of u and the magnitude of v. So all we need to do here is figure out what the last two parts are going to be. So we just need to figure out here, we say, all right, we have 2 root 10 times 5. And then we have to find the angle that's between both of these vectors here. So let's find the dot product here between both of those. And the way we do that, how do we do that again? How'd that go again? I gotta think about that for a second. How to find the angle between two vectors. Oh my gosh, it's been years. I actually need to...
Looking at two vectors.
It has been years since I did this. Holy smokes. Oh, right. That's the only way I can do that. Totally forgot about that. That's true. Okay. Let's find that out. Fair enough. Alright. And so... And the only way for me to do that here specifically is... Wow. It's been eons. Alright, so the only way to find this is actually using this dot product here. So, I want to use the dot product here. Khan Academy comes in truth. You know how many years it's been since I did this? It's been ages since I did this. This is like 15, 20 years ago. So, but all you need to do here in this case is you need to take the dot product here. I think he took the dot product here. The magnitude is easy to find. Like, there's not a problem with that. All right. Okay. So I gotta do that. Okay. Man, holy smokes. Okay. So I need this. Cosine of theta is gonna equal... Cosine of theta is equal to u dot v divided by the magnitude of u, magnitude of v. Now u dot v here is going to be... Dot v is what? That's going to take 2 times 3 plus 6 times negative 4. Right? You can see how... If there's one thing I will admit is that it's been a long time since I've done this stuff. Okay, no problem. So we got negative 18 for that. Alright. I think that's how he did that. Did 3 times 5 there, right? Yeah, I already did. Okay, so here we have negative 18 divided by 10 times the square root of 10. That's going to be cosine of theta. Okay, so now I can find my theta here. And then I just need to find out what this is. So I just do the inverse cosine of that. So what would theta be if I do the inverse cosine of that? Let's do that as a... 6 and... Let me find an angle between both of those. Oh, did we make an assumption here? Let's see. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I missed that part. Okay. I missed it. Okay, I missed this. This says 2i plus 6j, and we have 3 minus 4i. Okay. And the angle between them is 60. Okay, so we're making the assumption here. Alright, so let me ignore all this for a second. Ignore all this for a second. We're assuming that angle is going to be 60. This is the assumption. Okay. Alright, fine. Alright, so then they do a cross product of that. Okay, which is u times v. Okay. Alright, let me show you what I see here. Oh, not this. That's not what I want. This is what I got on my screen here. I have 2i plus 6j, but I missed the second part here where the angle between them is 60 degrees. If you want to do a magnitude, if you want to do a dot product, then you just multiply by cosine, whereas if you want to do the cross product, you go ahead and do the magnitude here, and then you multiply by sine of the actual angle between them in that case. So that's how you could do dot product and cross product. The difference between dot product and cross product is dot product involves cosine, cross product involves sine here at the end of the day. And you just have to go ahead and find the angle between both of those. Copyright canceled by fair use. Well, again, it's being fair. Look, it's an example here that hopefully is, hopefully helping out someone else. So, like I said, it's been like 20 years since I last did this, because this is more of the Calc 3 linear algebra style of doing things. But at the end of the day, the big key question is what's the angle between both of the vectors? That's really the biggest key here, because doing the dot product here is not hard. All right, it's just doing the square root of both things on the inside of the each respective vector. It's really not hard to find. But really, the most like I said, the most important thing is that you need to find the angle between both of the vectors here, which in this case the angle between them is given to us here as 60 degrees. If you if you're not necessarily given that, then you're going to need to do a little bit more work to find that cosine of theta. So yeah, it should be okay. I don't think that'll be a problem. So was that a half? I don't think that's a half. That would be a half. Okay, fine. So I should get 5 root 10 or 5. I should get 10 root 10, right? Okay. So I got 10 root 10. I actually have to. I should have to figure this out for a second. All right. Give me a second. I want to look over my work here. Then I'll answer your question there, Ziggy. I want to check my work and see what the story is behind that. I have here. Alright, magnitude is correct. Okay, that part's true. Alright, so I'll justify the 2 root 10 and that. Alright, fine. So I got, oh, I literally have to be given okay. The one thing, okay. You know what I didn't do? I didn't do that, did I? Because I'd literally have to find the dot product and know what the... Yeah, I'd literally have to find that, wouldn't I? So... I'd have to look that up there and see how to find the angle vectors. Okay. Okay, so what's the dot product between these two? Get here, get time times 3. Yeah, 6 times negative 18, right? Unless this is done with that assumption, I have to check. Kind of fascinated now. Oh, okay, it worked. Okay, you know what? Maybe I entered this in wrong. Let's see if I get it right. Maybe that's what was. Okay. Alright, so theta actually, with these numbers here specifically, theta here should be 124.7. That's interesting, actually. Alright. If I do cosine of that, I do cosine inverse of that. Okay. Cool, cool. Alright. There we go. Sorry. Once you kind of like go on a little quest, you're like, I gotta finish it out. Okay, this should be your real angle, as opposed to the 60 that they gave you. If you want to find the angle between both vectors, like the real angle between both vectors. Alright. I had to go back to the days there. Holy smokes. Can't believe it. Alright, what was the next question here? Let's see. What was the next one here? Add 8.2 question 1. Okay. Yep. Alright. We'll do a similar question here. We'll go over this together. Alright. So 8.2 question 1 here for you, Ziggy. Suppose a simple random sample of n is equal to 150 is obtained from a population whose size is 20,000, whose population proportion is specified with a characteristic of 0.2. Complete these parts A through C. Okay, choose a phrase that describes the shape of the sampling distribution. Alright, first of all, it is going to be approximately normal because we have to satisfy 2 conditions. First of all, that the sample size has to be less than 5% of the population, so that's definitely true. And that np times 1 minus p has to be bigger than or equal to 10. That's going to be our their first assumptions in order to assume that it is approximately normal. So that'll be correct. Alright, now we do have to determine the mean of the sampling distribution. That's the next part here in part A. The mean of the sampling distribution is going to be exactly the p that they gave you already. That will not change here in that case. Okay, so we're good there. Alright, now, the big difference here comes within the standard deviation here, Ziggy. Okay, so let's talk about that here for just a moment. What's the biggest difference here? Biggest difference here is going to be, yeah, that guy right there. Now, in order to get this down, you need to use the formula here. Let's go ahead and go over that formula here. A lot of junk on that. So this one here is basically you need to use the formula. The formula for the standard deviation is different. So it's not going to be just any old guy. It's going to use p times 1 minus p divided by n and then taking the square root of that whole thing at the end of the day. So on the calculator here, what we're going to do is we're going to take p, which is going to be 0.2. Oops, go to my mains. Helpful. 0.2 times 1 minus 0.2. And then we'll divide that by our sample size here, which was 150 according to our problem. Enter that in. And then we want to take the square root of that, so we take a second square root, second in the negative key, which we can use our previous answer in, and we hit enter. And so this is what we get here. We get 0.032 0.0326598, so it'd be 660 for our last three numbers here, because 598 would go up to 60 from 59. So we're gonna plug that in. Come on, don't be like this. All right, so let's put this in for our second answer. So these are with my numbers, so they'll be a little different for yours, of course, but there you go. Okay. So are we good so far with part A there, Ziggy? Okay. Now let's go to part B. Part B says, well, what's the probability of obtaining 33? i.e., what is the probability that P is above 0.22? So what you need to do is they already do half the work for you. They say, okay, 33 is just another way of saying it's above 22%. All right, that's what they're asking you here. Now, in order for us to do this, since we're working with approximately normal, we can use our good friend normal CDF. So we're going to hit second in vars here to go to the distribution. We're going to go to normal CDF here. Now, since this is 22% or higher, we're going to put our lower here is going to be 0.22, and our upper here is going to be 1, representing 100%. Remember that since we're dealing with percentages or proportions, everything is from 0 to 1 or 0 to 100%. Okay? And then we'll put the mean and standard deviation that we had from part A in this part here. Okay? And we'll paste that in. So here we get 0.2701 as that first one. Check that, and that's correct. Okay. Now as for the second part here, we just have a different number here. So it says, what's the probability of x equal to 24 or fewer? So what if p is less than 16% or 0.16? So in this case here, we're going to go back to the well here one more time. We'll hit second in vars. Go to normal CDF. Now this time, this is less than 16%. So we're going to hit start at lower is going to be 0. And for your upper will be 0.16. Ziggy, you're going to have different numbers than what I have on the screen, okay? So be sure to adjust your answers to the numbers that you have on your screen. So you may have a completely different probability than I do, all right? Remember, the numbers that I have on my problems are not going to match your numbers. I'm just showing you the method here about how to get to those answers, though. So I don't know what numbers that you're using there. You'll have to let me know if there's a difference. So, and I'm gonna do this for mine anyway. Here I'm gonna get 0.1103 for mine. But again, start at 0, go up to that percentage of 0.16. And I got mine right. Hopefully you will get yours right as well there, Ziggy. What's your mean and standard deviation, Ziggy, from part A? And what are your two questions from part B? Ziggy, you're giving me little information to work off of here. So I can only answer. So, how about you do this for me, Ziggy? Okay? Can you send me a screenshot through Discord of your question? Yep. I'll check the Discord there. I'll take a look. Here, uh, just let me know once you sent it, and then I'll check Discord there. Yep. Okay. Check it out then. Uh. Okay. You sent it? Really? Wonder. I don't see it, man. I don't see Ziggy. I'm looking at it right now, and I don't see anything. It's okay. Take your time, okay? No, send it on the general. General there. Hey, boss, how you doing, my friend? Boss, how's your day so far? I don't see anything there, Ziggy. Did you like copy and paste a picture into your message? I'm look like I said, I'm looking at it right now. So, like what I see is basically what I see on Discord. I see this. Because all you had to do is like copy paste your screenshot or post your screenshot. I honestly don't see anything. Maybe you have to hold down the the thing in order to paste. It's been long, it's been busy. 6:15. Already looking forward to bed. Oh my gosh. Been really busy today. What's been going on, boss? Certainly sounds like it. Sounds like you need to take a. Sounds like you need a pint in you, you know? Ah, gotcha. It is that time of year. I ain't gonna lie. That's very true. All right, Kristen, you off to work? Okay. Kristen, you have yourself a wonderful weekend. All right. I will see you on Monday, okay? You take care of yourself, all right? Have yourself a wonderful day. And don't forget to email me if you have any questions, okay? Alcohol is sterile. That's how I do spring cleaning. There you go. Just, of course, gotta be careful with drinking this stuff. But you know what? I gotta have a chance to relax. Let's, check my things here. There we go, Ziggy. Now I got it. All right, perfect. All right. There we go. Now I got it. All right. So you have the same thing here. So, all right, Ziggy, you have the same question that I do. Oh, but you have different numbers here. Okay, so you have 26 here as yours. All right, so let's check 26. You have P is bigger than 26. Okay, 26%. So Ziggy, all you have to do here, you gotta go to deuces. All right, man. All right, cool, Dad. Gotta do that homework. I gotta improve those test scores. Do it. Do good things. All right, so here we're gonna go ahead and second in vars here. We're gonna go to hit normal CDF. We're gonna go to 0.26. We're gonna go to upper is 1, and we're gonna keep the other two numbers here exactly the same. All right, Wade, have yourself a wonderful day. All right, we will see you on Monday or tomorrow, whichever way comes first. I'll only be here for a little bit tomorrow, but still, nonetheless, have yourself a wonderful day. We'll go ahead and paste this in. And in this case here, you should have 0.0331. So what you should have, Ziggy, is 0.0331. Make sure you can replicate that on your calculator there, Ziggy, for that first part of your question, okay? All right. That looks pretty good here. Now, if you could just type in chat there, Ziggy, if it tells you you're correct, then tell me what the next one is. You can just type that one in chat, like P is less than, less than or equal to whatever percentage it gives you. So the numbers are random, so I don't know what that is. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's let's go ahead and let me know what the next one is. I know you're on part C now. You have to let me know what your numbers are, buddy. So you guys should have like P is less than or equal to what? I can't put less than or equal to as a thing there, but P is less than or equal to what? What do we got there? 0.18? Okay. Let's do that here. So we're going to do the second in vars. We're going to go back to normal CDF. Now, since it's less than or equal to 0.18, we're going to put 0 here as our lower. We'll put 0.1, we'll put, hello, come on back to me. We're going to put 0.18 as our upper. And then we'll just go ahead and paste. We're going to keep the other two numbers the same. So then we're going to get here, we're going to get 0.2701. Oops, sorry, 0.2701, not 7701. Okay, hang on a second. There we go. Alright. Alright, and that's going to be our answer for that. And you should get that. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Again, if anybody has questions, please feel free to ask. I am here to answer your questions, whatever they may be. JD 10-2 first question. Okay. JD, how you doing today, by the way? Hope you're doing good. Good afternoon to you. You're cold? Yeah, it is a little bit. It is a little bit cold today. Yeah, I have the blanket over my lap here. You know, because it is a bit nippy. I thought it would start warming up. Why is it not warming up? Why? Where's our summer, JD? Where's our summer? Where'd it go? I demand it back. Anyway. All right, 10-2. Everyone on the other side of the world, sadness. Oh my gosh. That's climate change for you. Welcome back to El Nino. Alright, so 10-2 first question. Alright, so it says in a clinical trial, 24 out of 870 patients taking a prescription drug daily complained of flu-like symptoms. It was known that 2.4% of patients taking competing drugs complain of flu-like symptoms. Is there sufficient evidence to conclude that more than 2.4% of this drug's users experience flu-like symptoms as a side effect of the 0.1 level of significance? Alright. So, here, basically, the first one here is just getting assumptions out of the way. So this is like, because it is, oh yeah, they want you to actually figure this out here first. So we're going to do NP, so 24, let's show that on the screen here. I'm going to do 24 times P, which is, what is this? P is 2.4%, so 0.024. And then times another 1 minus 0.024. Okay. So, does this actually set us? Okay. Oh, wait. Oops. N should be 870. What am I doing? Oops. I took X instead of N. I should have done that. Alright, my bad. There we go. Alright, so that's 20. I looked at that, I'm like, yeah, no, you're right, JD. I accidentally multiplied by 24. I'm like, wait, this has to be bigger than 10. Nah, you're right about that. No question. So it's 20.4 here is bigger than 10. Sample size is less than 5% of the population size, since it's just 870 patients of a large population. The sample is can be reasonably assumed to be random. Actually, is it given to be random or reasonably assumed? Yeah, it can be reasonably assumed to be random. Okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. That's a me problem. This is satisfied. Okay. All right. Good stuff. This is why I don't like math. Hey, I'm only a human being, okay? It made you mad. I'm only a human being. I can make mistakes. It's fine. It's fine. It can happen. It can happen. I'm not a perfect guy. I try to do things as best as possible, though. You know, so I try to be as real as possible. But by no means have I ever claimed to be perfect. So that'll be me. The difference between me and like a lot of other streamers is I'll just tell you straight up that I suck at a lot of things, and I don't have I'm not a perfect guy, but at least I'll just tell it to you straight and how it is, and you know, if I don't know something, I'm just gonna tell you I don't know something and not pretend that I know everything. So that's at least I'm being honest with you, you know. All right, so this one here is P is equal to 0.024. So for 2.4%, we have more than 2.4%. That's the claim. So this is going to be P is bigger than 0.024. Made you mad? How you doing, by the way, my friend? Yeah, I'm doing great. It's been a very nice afternoon / morning. How about your? But hopefully that your past couple of days have been very good. All right. So this is our null and alternate hypothesis. Again, equals to 0.024 and bigger than 0.024. We want to find our test stat here. So to find our test stat here, in this case, what we're going to do here, we're going to go ahead and go to the stat key here. We're going to go to tests, and we're going to go to one prop z test. Yes. Oops, I passed it up. All right, so we're going to put P here is 0.024, X is 24, N is 870, and we have a right tail test since it is bigger than 0.024. Go to calculate. Take a look at that first value there. You gonna head out, Ziggy? Okay, we'll see you Monday, okay? You have yourself a wonderful weekend, all right, Ziggy? Take care of yourself. If you have more questions, feel free to email me. I'll be happy to answer that back to you. Make sure you get that test done in 4 days, all right? You're gonna need to have that test done, all right? Let's see, we have 0.69 here as our test stat. That's the first thing we see. Our p-value here is going to be 0.245. All right, that's our p-value here. So you reject the null when it is less than. That is correct. So basically it always works like this. It always has been, JD. Always the same, right? If the p-value is less than the level of significance. Okay. It always is less than, right? So we then take a look here and say, all right, well, 0.245, what's that? All right, we say, all right, well, 0.245 here specifically is not less than our level of significance here, which is 0.1 given to us here in the problem. Remember, this level of significance is not something you memorize, it's just given to you. So since that's not true, since the p-value is bigger than the level of significance, we are not going to reject the null hypothesis, we'll accept it. So this will be B. Since p-value is bigger than the level of significance, we do not reject the null hypothesis, conclude there's no sufficient evidence. Okay, so, and that would be the correct answer for this problem. All right, any questions about that, JD? Drink of the day, unfortunately, is just my jug of water. I really need to get out and go get some more drinks. I had used every single one of my drinks in my fridge outside of the... I still have leftover tea a little bit, but... I know it's just boring old water today. No, it's not the most exciting thing in the whole wide world. Is the last part you're confused about? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Really cool, man. Shoot. Nippy is part. Hay fever and that don't really go that well. Well, that's... All right. You have any other questions there, JD, or anyone else for that matter? Any other questions? Please feel free to ask. Please feel free to ask whatever you like. I'm here to help. What wording gives it away that the sample is random? There's not really a wording that says that the sample is random. Basically, they'll either kind of do one of two things, right, JD? They'll either say that the sample is random in the problem itself, or if they don't, then basically, because these are just 870 patients, you can basically assume that it's random because most of them will have nothing to do with each other, since it's just a clinical trial. So one of those two things is going to be true in pretty much most of these problems. To be fair, JD. So that's why we can. That's kind of like the giveaway here is the context of the problem. Either we can make the assumption that it's random, or it'll just state that it's random there. So that's probably that first part there you probably are just curious about, but yeah, that's pretty much how you do that one. Okay, cool, cool. Any other questions you'd like me to look at there, JD?
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now,
Okay,
just to see you
it's
again.
totally up to you. You know, you want to ask me whatever, I'm here for you.
Been counting days,
Ask anybody can ask me anything. So you know, in terms of any questions that they may have, as I sit and chill and have a grand old time, being the fantastic people that you are. Let's take a good look at that.
we got millions of reasons to
Yep,
let it all go. Hope we're not too broken.
probably check that
I
too.
know I'm not always strong, and I've been counting days to get away, to
Oh
see
yeah,
you
JD. By the way, don't forget, you have 4 days of which to finish that third exam. Don't forget that's due on the 9th. Okay. Good. Have some more people joining us. Excellent. Again, if you have questions, please feel free to ask. 4.2 question 2, Desmond? Sure, my friend. Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's do question 2 here. Similar one here, just to get that out of the way. Okay. All right. Now this one here is a little bit tricky. I ain't gonna lie. So let's go over this here carefully. You probably are saying you probably did it one way and you didn't get it right. It's just totally understandable, but I'll explain things through here for this one. All right, so the given data here is to represent 10 randomly selected CEOs and their company stock performance in 2009. Analysis of the data reveals a correlation coefficient of negative 2.2455. That's gonna be very important for this problem here, Desmond. So we'll come back to that. What would be the predicted stock return whose CEO made $15 million? Okay, what would be the predicted stock return for a company whose CEO made it $25 million? Now, the important part here really comes down to, let's go to the table here for just a second. So this is the table of values. We're going to come back to this table of values here. Now that's not going to be as important as possibly this critical values table. Now in this case here, there happens to be 10 randomly selected CEOs. And we have a critical value here of 0.632. Now, if we have a linear correlation, okay, the only way we have a linear correlation, it works like this. So if the absolute value of R, all right, is bigger than the critical value, then a linear correlation exists. All right. If that is not true, okay, then use the average of the Y values. Okay. So if the absolute value R is bigger than critical value, then a linear correlation exists. Now and if it's not true, use the average of the Y values. So basically here's how it works. If the correlation coefficient works as a has a linear correlation, then we could use the line of best fit that we can use from the 10 values in the table. And then we could plug it in and then see what we get. And then that would work for like 15 and 25. In this case, though, the absolute value of negative 0.2455 is just positive 2.455, and 0.2455 is not less than our critical value here. Let's go back to our critical value, which is not bigger than. Sorry, I should say not less than. What am I doing? Is not bigger than our critical value 0.632. So we will take the average of the Y values instead of using the line of best fit. So all we're going to be doing here is we're just going to take our values in our table, all these Y values, the stock return percentage that we see here in this case, and we're just going to take the average of all of those guys. Okay, so we're just going to take 5.47, we'll add it to 30.48, we'll add it to 31.76, add that to 80.25, add that to negative 8.74. Let's put that negative there, that negative key, plus 2.86, plus 4.42, plus 10.82, plus 0.25, plus 11. Okay, so we have this, and then we're going to divide that by 10 because we have 10 values, and so our average here is 17.3 for our problem. So no matter how much the CEO makes, because there's not a linear correlation here in this case, Desmond, then in this case here, regardless if he makes 15 million or 25 million, you're still going to end up with the same amount here of 17.3%. So we check it here, and we enter in the same answer for the second part, and we get that right as well. And that's how we can find out both of our answers here for this particular problem. So this one here just happens to go in reverse where it's not bigger than, and then we just figure out what we need to do from there. So that's why it's a bit tricky in this particular instance. Because it's not linearly related. So since there's no linear relation, Desmond, the amount of money that the CEO doesn't matter since it's just an average of all 10 values. So that's basically why. If there was a linear relation, I would use the line of best fit, and then the 15 and 25 you'd plug in for X. That's probably what you were trying the first time, which in fact would be correct if there was a linear relation. But there's not, so we're just doing the average. That's all. All right, cool. No problem. You got another question for me, Desmond? Okay. I'm going to be here. You ask me a question, I'll be more than happy to answer. Have you done the test there, Desmond, already? Remember that the third test there is due in 4 days, Desmond, okay? 4 days. All right, so that's the third test is due in 4 days, and of course the final and the homework are due on the 19th. But on the 9th, the third test is due. So be sure that you finish it before then, or if you have, then improve on your score. So make sure you don't leave it until the last minute, okay? Practice test is extra credit. That's true. Bonus points can be had, but again, focus on the real one too. So not really understanding the first part of those questions on 10-2. Okay, let's go back. I'm just gonna pick okay, so you're just talking about this here. So JD, to answer your question here, you have two assumptions that you have to make here in order to assume that it's approximately normal. Like, you can't use normal CDF without at least understanding that or at least for approximately normal and satisfying the hypothesis stuff. So first of all, you have you have NP times 1 minus P has to be bigger than or equal to 10. So has to be bigger than or equal to 10. Can't really put a single thing, but there you go. That's the first assumption. And little n has to be less than or equal to 0.05 of the sample of the population size here. So the sample size is basically less than 5%. I'll put it in words here. Sample size must be 5%, must be less than or equal to 5% of the population size. Okay. So we're just wanting to satisfy both of those requirements in order to do the hypothesis testing here, JD. Okay. So that's what this first part is talking about. When you take a look at this and says, okay, what's NP times 1 minus P? First of all, they're just asking what NP times 1 minus P is going to be. So N here is your sample size, which in this case here is 1056. So you would take 1056, that's your N, times your P, which is 42%, or 0.42. Multiply that by 1 minus 0.42. You just want to check to see if that's going to be bigger than or equal to 10. Okay, so if we do that on the calculator here really quick. Okay, there. Okay, so like in my problem here, this would be 257.24. Or again, for one decimal place, so they're gonna 257.2. This is definitely bigger than 10, so that's what we're going to choose in this case. The sample size is definitely less than 5% of a large population, right? You're only asking 1,056 people out of a significantly larger sample size. And then you could say, well, you can assume that it's reasonably random. Should just read that one more time just to be sure. Yep, okay. And that we are satisfied with this. Okay. So first of all, figure out what NP times 1 minus P is asking is finding out that actual numerical value. Say that's bigger than 10. The sample size has to be less than 5% of the population size. And then we can assume the sample is automatically random. Right? And then we can satisfy all the conditions to actually do a hypothesis test. So you can see why that's correct here in this case. Any questions about that, JD? No? Okay. Do you understand the null and alternate hypothesis? Are those okay? Like H0 and H1, are those fine? You pretty much understand those? Like those parts, I don't know if you have an issue with that, but it sounded like you had an issue. Okay. It was just that top part there that you had an issue with, right? Okay, cool. All right. Hopefully that clears up a confusion there for that part. Good, good, good. Good, good. I approve. All right, very good, very good. On the next question, what would the n be? Let's check that. So on this question here for number 4, n would be 200, right? They ask 200 people. That would be the sample size, if that's your question for that. Number 4 was going to take you a little time to do. X is 4. Whoa. Maybe not. You have to click on this survey here. And they pretty much put every single one down here. So, yeah, you actually have to count it out. So probably the thing is that what you want to do here is you actually want to just like copy the table over to like Excel, and then you can count out how many liberal, conservatives, or moderates that they ask you to find. So you can either put it there, or let's see if we can open in StatCrunch and see if StatCrunch loads for me or not. I don't even know. It's just going to show me a revolving circle. But I don't use like this stuff. Okay, fine. I'll go to Excel. Go to Excel because it's far easier. 200 is the sample size, okay? So n is equal to 200, right? But what you're looking for here is, let's say you're looking for like what are the number of liberals that you have, okay, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Let's say they ask you, well, how many liberals were there? There are more liberals than blah 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 or whatever. So what you want to do in Excel is you can literally go ahead and do a find. Why do you put it on my other screen, you silly thing? You can go find and select and go to find. And you can say find what? I can say I can find liberal as the word in question. And then find out how many. Let's find all of them. And so as you can see here, there's, I don't know how to do it on StatCrunch because I never use StatCrunch. I show you the manual way. So I don't know how to do that on StatCrunch off the top of my head. So thing is, I know what works for me. Just Excel is a lot easier because people are more comfortable with that. Here I did a find all, and notice it put in all the things that have liberal in them. So there's 72 cells or 72 places where essentially you can find the word liberal, if that helps. So I don't think there's anything here outside of that. Yep. Or you want to find out, well, what about conservative? You know, where do you find the word conservative? Find what? Conservative. Okay. Find all. There are 47 conservative, as it says here, 47 cells found. Maybe they have moderate. And we go to find all. And there are 81 moderates according to this table that we have here. So that should certainly expedite the process in terms of doing that problem and figuring out how many you have of each type. Not every table is going to be the same, so that's why I'm just kind of showing this off here for you, Jasmine. And the find button, by the way, is on the very right-hand side on the home tab. So it says find and select, and you go down to find. So that should definitely help for that problem. Again, if you have other questions, please feel free to ask. 4-2, question 4, part B. Okay, sure. Absolutely. Let's do it. I think I'm... Oh, no, wait. I thought I was on the question already. I'm like, oh, wait. No. Okay. So, a pediatrician wants to determine the relation exists between a child's height and head circumference. She randomly selects 11 children from her practice, measures their heights and head circumferences, and it contains the company's data. All right, find the least squares regression line, all right, i.e. the line of best fit to what we have here. So let's take a look at the data. All right, so taking a look at the data, this is what we got. So here we have the height and we have the head circumference. So we're going to put that in our table here. We're going to hit stat key, go over to calc, or not calc, go to edit. Let's edit our tables in here. We'll hit clear and enter here. All right, so 28, 25, 20. All right, so we entered in our oh, there's some more. I missed those. Okay, here we go. That's right. There's 11 of them. I should have been more aware about that. What else I got here? 526. 5. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's put down the rest of these. All right, so 7 times 6, 17.3, 17.5, 0.3, 7.5. Okay, there we go. So we got all our values put in. Let's go ahead and find the line of best fit, second and quit. We'll go ahead we'll go ahead and hit the stat key. We'll go to calc, we'll go to linreg here. This one list 2, that's going to be just fine. And here we have our line of best fit. Let's put that in at least. We'll go to 3 decimal places of the slope and round the constant to 1 decimal place. Okay, so 3 decimal places for that first one. So 0.143 is going to 0.143x plus b, which is going to be 13.6. Okay. All right, so we got that perfectly fine. All right, so now let's move on over to part B. Okay. So part B says interpret the slope and the y-intercept if appropriate. First, interpret the slope. Select the correct choice. Okay, so in our case here, let's at least understand what we have here in our table. In our table, using the y-intercept is not going to make any sense because that would indicate that we would have a height of 0 inches. Now, I don't think I've ever met a person in my life who has a height of 0 inches. So I don't think that at least using the y-intercept is going to be really all that appropriate since it makes no sense. It is appropriate, though, to interpret the slope. That part is definitely true. Which basically means this. The slope here is 0.143. So that basically means is that for every increase, for every inch increase in height, okay, because that's our x value, the head circumference is going to increase by our slope here of 0.143. Again, that's what the slope indicates is a rate of change. That rate of change is dependent on whatever x represents. In this case, that represents, if we just look at a generic table, that represents the height in inches of that individual. Okay, so if I check this here, that will be correct as a result. Okay. Interpret the y-intercept here. Now, in this particular instance, it is not appropriate to interpret the y-intercept here because in this instance, it would indicate that at 0 inches that you would have a head circumference of 13.6, which makes no sense. So if 0 is not in our data set, we're not going to go ahead and use it, all right? It's not going to be appropriate to use the y-intercept here in that instance, okay, for part B. So if 0 is within our data set here, fine. We could go ahead and use it all we want. So, but if 0's, doesn't have a realistic shot of being within that data set, okay, maybe not. Maybe we don't use the y-intercept in that case. All right, I hope that made sense for part B. You have any questions there, Desmond, so far? Let me know if you got part B on your problem there. Yeah, of course. Did you get the first couple parts, though? Oh, you got part B? Okay, good, good. Just making sure before we move forward. Okay, so it says, use the regression equation to predict the head circumference of a child who is 24.25 inches tall. Okay, so all we need to do is we need to go back to the very beginning here. We need to use our line of best fit here, and then plug in 24.25, yes, 24.25 for our x. We're going to go back and we're going to do 0.143 here, multiply by 24.25. All right, and we'll add the 13.6 that we have here. Oh, I need a there. I want to enter that in properly before I do anything. So if we do that here, in this case, 2 decimal places for this, that's going to be 17.07 is what we get here for our answer for part C. And we check that, and that is correct. Okay, now let's answer part D. Part D says, compute the residual based on the observed head circumference of the 24.25 inch tall child in the table. Okay, so basically the residual for this observation. Now, basically, all we need to do is look at the data set here, because remember, residual is going to be the observed value, whatever we get in our data set, minus this value that we got here for part C. So let's look back at our table here. So 24.25 had a 16.9 as their head circumference here. That's what we see here in the table. Okay, so we're just going to take 16.9 and we're going to subtract that by 17.07. So that's the answer we got here after putting it into the model. So we're off by minus 0.17 here is going to be our residual. Meaning that the head circumference of the child is below the value predicted by the regression model. Yep. So again, 16.9 clearly less than, so we check that. Okay, we got that correct. Okay. Letter E says find the line of best fit and do the residuals. Okay, so label the residuals from part D. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here at the residual. 24.25 is the smallest, so let's take a gander. It'll be 0.17. So, all right, take a look at this one. Need to look at this one carefully. This one looks pretty good, letter C, because that's pretty small. Yeah, these go by pretty small too, so pop that out and see what we have here. So 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 1, 2, 4, 5. So this is 17 right here. All right, so it's a 17. And this doesn't make sense, but okay. Well, it's definitely not D, so that's definitely not. Look at 18. Let's look at C here. That could be it. Alright, this would mean a residual of 0? Okay. I want to say this is C. Let's see here. Oh, I didn't look at the last one. Yeah, with this being this small, it's either gonna be B or C. So I'm gonna try C first. That is it. Alright, let me try B here. I think it's B because it's so different, that of the line of best fit. Oh, that wasn't it. How did you put that down? I put out A. I need to look at that again. Okay, so here's the line of best fit. Am I reading the scaling wrong? Let's check. 24.25 should be here. And should be 17. This would be 16.25, 16.5, 16.75, 17.5. 1, 2, 16.2, 16.4, 16.6, 16.8, 17. 17 is approximately here, so it would be here. I need to look at my values here. So 16.9 was my real value. Oh, it was okay. I did read the scaling wrong is what I did. Alright, that's my fault. Because then this would be okay, right. Okay, line of best fit says this is a touch above 17. And then this would be below that. Okay. I read that wrong. That's my fault, Desmond. Sorry about that. Alright. Notice that two children are 26.25 inches tall. One has a head circumference of 17.3. The other has 17.5. How can this be? For children's heights of that, head circumferences vary, sure. This two different kids should have the same exact head circumference. It was caused by a measurement error. Head circumferences vary, I would say. Yeah. So head circumferences can vary from child to child. Would it be reasonable to use the least squares regression line to predict the head circumference of a child who is 32 inches tall? Okay, so this one here is actually just based off of the table that we have once again. And the answer to this is no. Now, the reason why the answer to this is no, it's not reasonable, is because we don't actually have a value that includes 32 inches as our x values here. So because 32 inches is not within our scope of how we constructed our line, then the answer to this, unfortunately, is no. It's outside the scope of the model. And that's why we will get that answer for that last part there. So if it was within the scope of the model, if we actually had it there, then yeah, sure, we could do it. But it's not, so that's a no-go. All right, what formula would you use for 10-4 question 2? 10-4. Any questions, Desmond, by the way? Sorry about that scatter plot problem part. Just read the scaling wrong on that. No problem. Okay, so a simple random sample n is derived from population that's distributed. The sample mean is found to be this. Sample standard deviation is found to be that. All right. All right. Complete parts A through D below. All right. Determine the null and alternate hypothesis. Determine if the population mean is different from 24 at the point 1. Okay, so this one here, the mean is equal to 24. Mean is not equal to. All right. Now for this one here, specifically, we're gonna need to do, I believe, the the one, the t-test. Check that one more time, but I think that's correct. So let's go to our calculator here. In this instance, if we want to calculate the p-value, I'm gonna go to stat. I'm gonna go over to tests. I'm gonna go down to t-test here. Hey, Gemma, how you doing? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. All right, so what I want you to do here is, if you go to t-test here, JD, we're gonna use stats. We're gonna use our formula here, 24. Our sample here is 22.7. Standard deviation is 6.3 in my problem, and here is 15. Good, wonderful. And we have not equal to. We'll calculate that out. And there's our p-value right there. Is going to be 0.438. Correct. And we just compare that to the 0.01, so we're not going to reject because the p-value is greater than that. So there you go. And there you go. That's how we can do that there for the first 3 parts. And there is not sufficient evidence, so simple enough. All right. Gemma, what you up to today? What are you up to? What's going on? What's the plans? What's the plans for tonight, I should say, Gemma? What's the plans for tonight? What do you, I didn't know you were gonna, sit and chill and have a nice time. Just maybe watch some Andrew once again. Is Bob's on right now? I have to know. Watch some Mr. Fowler. Got it. Nope, nothing planned. Oh, man. Gemma, you gotta... Gemma have nothing planned. Oh. Oh yeah, I gotta message you something. Hang on. I'm gonna whisper you something, Gemma. Okay. I don't want to say this on stream, so I don't know how comfortable you are with that. But I'll just whisper you instead, Gemma. He's on with one of his friends. Okay. Oh, good. Oh, good. I have to ask that question. Gotta ask you that question, Gemma. Desmond, JD, if you guys got questions, please feel free to ask. Or anybody else has any questions, please feel free to ask. 9.3 question 1. Alright, let's do this one here. So it says, a simple random sample of n is equal to 400 individuals who are currently employed. Is asked if they work at home once a week. Of 433 responded they did work at home at least once a week. Construct a 99% confidence interval for the population proportion of employed individuals who work at home at least once a week. Alright, so for this one, Desmond, all you have to do is, the key word here for you, Desmond, is population proportion. Now, why is that important? Well, because that's going to kind of give away what you'll need to do on the calculator here in order to go ahead and solve, for the confidence interval here, pardon me. We're going to hit the stat key here. We're going to go over to tests. And in this case here, I'm glad it's actually a decent time. That's true. That's true. We're going to go to the one prop z int. Okay, one prop z int. All right. Int per interval. So we're going to put, we have 33 people responded yes to this question, my problem, out of 400. And a 99% confidence interval is what we're going to need. Go to calculate, and we're going to get our two numbers that we want here for this problem. We're going to have 0.047. Got it. And the upper bound for me is 0.118. And we got it. And that's all we have to do for that first problem. There you go, Desmond. Just as easy as that. How about question 4? Okay. Okay. Here, I'll just, I did this one. Once again. Alright, so in a survey of 1,018 adults, 533 say that they're worried. So all you're gonna do here literally is do exactly the same thing that we just did a second ago. We have 90%. The only one you're gonna mark though is just interpreting it. It says 90% confidence, right? So in this case, you're just gonna do the same exact thing. So you go to one prop z int, and then just do the same thing. 533 and 18. Confidence interval of 90%. And how many? Just have to figure out how many decimal places. 3. Okay. 0.498 and 0.549. All right, and that's all you have to do for that. Simple as that, Desmond. Just like number 1. I know. All right. All right, let's go to help. Yes, 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 yes. I see your cries for help. I'm helping. Number 4 for okay, let's go there. I promise you, Jasmine. I haven't left you. Okay. Let's see here. Psychologist has sampled 20 mothers. Okay. Mothers are asked to play Mozart 30 minutes until they give. Okay. 5 years IQ test is known that IQs are being distributed with a mean of 100. Okay, good. So IQs of the 20 children receives a mean. Okay. Uh. Hey, I called you by. Wait. Yeah. I mean, I can call you by your name if that's okay. I mean, if not, then I can just call you JD again. I don't have a problem either way. Okay. Whatever you prefer. Your preference is always important. So, all right. JD's cool. Very good. All right. So this one here, we're dealing with the mean of 100, right? That's what it says in the problem. So we're dealing with the mean of being equal to 100. And then it says, is there evidence that the children have higher IQs? So we're going to have a mean of bigger than 100. So that's fine. All right. Now, of course, the next part here is exactly what we did here before when we did this problem from before. So all we want to do here specifically is let's go to the calculator here to get our p-value. We're going to hit the stat key here, go over to tests. We're going to go down to t-test here once again. JD makes me sound like a character. It's kind of cool. That's kind of true. There you go. I think regardless of whatever username you had there, JD, you always have a lot of you always brought a lot of characters, so I don't think there should be a problem for that. What numbers to use? Well, again, the numbers you're going to use here, if you're going underneath stats, is you're going to follow exactly what you have here. So this first number here is going to be 100, because that's from your null and alternate hypotheses. The mean here is what's given to you in the problem, which they have here of 104.3. That's the sample mean here, right? Is 104.3. So look carefully here. It says the sample mean of 104.3. That's what X bar represents. And they give you a sample standard deviation, pardon me, of 14. Our sample size here is 20, and we have a right tail test. So just look at the problem here carefully. I know it says 30 minutes before each day, but really that doesn't mean anything. 5 years, that doesn't mean anything. Those mean absolutely nothing, right? So, and then we go to calculate here. Well, I trust that you did. And then we want to look at our p-value. They want just the p-value here. The p-value here is this second number here of 0.09. 3. Oh, 0.093, not 092. We got that. Yeah, 3 decimal places. All right, we're gonna choose the correct answer here. I know. I know. I just tried to go back and forth like this. I know. I know. That's true, Gemma. Say the conclusion for the test. Well, 0.093 is that less than the 0.10 level of significance? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. So we're going to reject. We're going to reject that because the p-value is less than 0.10. So let's say, let me whisper in thy ear. Go ahead. Go ahead, JD. Be my guest. Yeah, we checked that. That's correct. State the contact. There is sufficient evidence. Okay. So, all right. And there we go. Got it. Part one. Part one. You got the last. You got the last part wrong. Oh. Yeah, you would say there is sufficient evidence if you rejected the null hypothesis. If you don't reject the null hypothesis, then there is not sufficient evidence. You need to type. I need to type slow. Math be hard. Can be hard. I'm not gonna lie. I've only been doing this forever and it's still tough. But you know what? That's why we're in it together. Cause we can kick ass and take names and chew bubblegum. My dentist told me not to chew gum. Well, did you listen to your dentist? If your dentist said not to chew gum, then did you listen to your dentist? I bet the answer was no. No. so mean. Alright, let me this. Wait, no. Five. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's what you want. Sorry, I'm not being that. That's okay. Don't worry. If you're playing Sims, that's fine. All you have to do is remember, you have to make sure that you properly trap your Sims in a burning house, and then make sure that they die appropriately, because everybody does that in The Sims. Trap them in a swimming pool, make them drown. Trap them in a fire. If you ever play The Sims, you know, one of the things about playing The Sims is that if you play The Sims, at some point you're just gonna be the most sadistic god ever. And you're just gonna take your Sims in the house, you're gonna trap them in the pool, you're gonna have them drown. You trap them in the house, they die of starvation. You trap them in the kitchen, they die. They die of fire, because they set themselves on fire. Yeah, you do like everything possible to mess with the Sims life, you know, and like just being the worst possible god. It's a game just made for that. Just made for that. I mean, I mean, I play the free version on your iPad. Okay, okay. I'm too evil. For real. I'm too evil. Hey! It's just because that was my first playthrough of The Sims. I tried to be nice, right? I tried to do the right things, and then you know what happened? Then they decided to act up on me, and I'm like, you know what? This isn't gonna work out. Try my try my best because you trying to make me mad. It's like I'm trying to make the Sims like I was trying to make my Sims like make a big nice family and everything like that. And it was like, oh great, everything big nice happy family, and then like, oh you know that they started to not like each other. I'm like, what's going on here? Are you serious? Shouldn't happen like I'm like revenge. And the sadistic side comes out and like, yeah. I wouldn't trust you with my Sims. You're not wrong, Gemma. You're not wrong. For 10.3, number one, okay, I'll do that here in just a second. Especially the baby sim I have. Okay, okay. Now the kids, I'm good with. Okay, I did have my sim take care of their kids. That I did do, right? The only bad part is that you have to make sure that you're constantly on that. That's the tough part about The Sims. You have to be constantly on top of that. So, give me just a second, though. What is it? Divided by 7. Top and bottom. Yeah. All right. Yeah, funny. I'm not. Okay, there we go. Had to send that away. That was important. All right, 10-3, number 1. All right, let's do that. Oh, wait, let's do the problems. All right. So, let's see. I know both you, Jade. 10-4, number 5, and 10-3, number 1. Okay. So let's do 10-4 since that was asked first by Desmond. And I'll do 10-3, number 1. So 10-4, here. Yes. A certain vehicle emission cessation has a sample of 64 wait times. Finds the sample mean is 9.35 minutes. The standard deviation 4.6 minutes. Okay, we're gonna test this here. All right. So for 10-4, number 5 here, Desmond, we're gonna do the same thing here once again. Again, we're talking about the mean here. So, we're going to go with the mean here is going to be equal to 10 minutes. That's what we have here. All right. And we want to be sure that, again, the mean here is going to be less than 10 minutes. That's the claim. Is it going to be true? There we go. All right. Check that, and that is correct. What's the value of the test stat here? Okay, so the test stat here in this instance is going to be, the notation here is going to be the T01 here in this instance, okay? To get our test stat here, we're going to use the t-test here just like we have up here. We're going to do the same exact thing here once again. We're going to go over to tests, go over to t-test, go to stats, and then enter in our stats. We want 10 minutes here to compare it with. Our mean here is 9.35, our sample mean. Our standard deviation here is 4.6. Our sample size here is 64. There's 64 customers. And then we have a left tail test, so we're going to pick that one right there. Calculate. We have a test stat here of minus 1.13. And that's correct. And we also have a p-value here of 0.131. Okay. Now, since the p-value, now this last part here just is talking about the p-value here. What is the explanatory variable? The explanatory variable is the x value. So whatever you plug in for x, whatever the context is there for x, JD, that's your explanatory variable. The response variable will be y. So since the p-value is greater than the level of significance, then we don't reject the null hypothesis, right? So again, the p-value here, 0.13, is bigger than 0.10. So unfortunately, we accept the null hypothesis. We don't reject it. Not reject. So there is not sufficient evidence to suggest blah, 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 blah. In other words, the evidence, it does not support the advertised claim. Okay, so, and that is correct for that one. So that should hopefully answer your question there for 10-4, question 5 there, Desmond. All right. For you, JD, you wanted any questions, by the way, Desmond? I hope that answered your question there. Wow. Okay. Now, next one. 10-3, the first one. Yes, we will do that one. Hydrate, sure. Oh, by the way, excuse me. By the way, Gemma, I forgot to mention something. That JD is part of the FOBS community as well. I'm just gonna point that out there. So. So, so both Gemma, Gemma's also part of the FOBS community. So, yeah, there you go. I slowly became a fangirl to FOBS. There you go. Excellent. That's good. Awesome. A big deal with the carton sheet. Look, it's 1 gallon. 1 gallon, Gemma. 1 gallon. Yeah. I kind of gave JD a free sub to Andy, and it worked out really, really well. Spread the love one gift sub at a time. Okay. Let's look at 10-3, the first question. To test the mean here is equal to 100 and the alternate hypothesis is not equal to 100. Okay, a simple random sample of 16 is obtained, as known here. Okay, answer parts A through D. Wait, what? Really? Wait, why did you not like Andy? Wait, why did you not like Andy when you first started watching him? Why did you? Yeah, I have to say, I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Like, it slowly. I mean, if it's like one of those things, Gemma, that he slowly grew on you, like just like a JD, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. I totally get that. Like Andy has like a charisma of like 1,000, you know. Okay. I didn't know whether that had something to do with his past boy band experience when he was part of Road Trip. But you know, I don't know. Yes. Yes, he was in a boy band. He was one of the he was one of the original members that was in part of a boy band in the UK called Road Trip. Like, I didn't know that when I first met when I first met him, I didn't even know that until he mentioned it to me. So I seriously had just no idea. But then that boy band it split apart, and then he'd been wanting to do something more solo ever since. You know, he's writing his own songs and crafting his own, writing his own songs and lyrics and crafting the music around it. He's very, very, very talented. Very talented. I believe he was also, Gemma, correct me if I'm wrong here, Gemma. He was also an actor, right? He also acted, right? He was a Power Ranger. Is that right? Correct me if I'm wrong about that, though. I could very well be wrong about that, but I still have to ask. All right, I gotta do this here. Let's do this. So if x is equal to 105.3 and s is equal to 8.4, compute the test stat. Okay, so in this case here, all we need to do is do the same thing we just did just a second ago. All right, so let's go back to the calculator here one more time. He wasn't a Power Ranger, but okay. Yeah, I knew he was something, so I know he did acting as well. Anyway, we're gonna go to t-test here. Go to stats. We're gonna go to 100. The x value here 105.3. Standard deviation 8.4. Our sample size is 16, and we have a two-tailed test according to the problem. Again, that's just given to us here in our alternate hypothesis. And we'll calculate that out. Yeah, the t-test here, yes. So here we have 2.523. Oh no, 2.524. Excuse me. Got to round there appropriately. Check that. That's correct. Letter B, the critical values here. So if the researcher decides to test this hypothesis at the 0.01 level of significance. All right, determine the critical values. All right. It was a short film called I, okay, and then a series called like Time Traveler or something. Okay. All right, I got you. Yeah, I know he did. I know he has a few acting credits to his name. Okay. Okay. Now the critical values here for the 0.01 level of significance. If we're determining these critical values here are determined based on. You could use this table here, and we have 15 degrees of freedom, so we can find the critical values in this instance. And we have, what do we have here? We have 0.005, right? So 0.005, since we have a 0.01 level of significance. So what you do here is you take, because it's a two-tailed case, so take 0.01 divided by 2, 0.005, okay? And degrees of freedom here equals to 16 minus 1, which equals 15. Time agent, okay, time agent. So we have 3, we have 2.947, okay, that's fine. Oh, oops, what happened to my question? Oh, here it is. I accidentally clicked out of it. So we have 2.947 and negative 2.947. All right, and we got it. Okay. Draw a T distribution that depicts the critical regions. Okay, so it's a two-tail test, so it's going to be A, since this reflects one tail and two tail. Now that one's pretty simple. Will the researcher reject the null hypothesis if we have 0.02? 0.02 is not less than 0.01, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, we are not. The test stat here is going to be, in this instance, between the critical values here. So the answer is C. That's correct. Any questions about that, JD? He's also banned prior to Road. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. So they're on X Factor. Okay. Were they featured on X Factor? Just confused on the graph. Okay. Yeah, that because in this case it's a two-tail test, so that's why it's A. If it was like left tail, you'd have B. If you had right tail, you'd have C. So that's basically all they're asking you for that one. No, I know they're an actual contestant. My question was, were they featured on the show? Like, were they one of the bands that were featured on television when X Factor was on, or were they like a finalist or something like that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is the last one I'm going to be doing here, JD, because be way past time. Your sub ran out to him today? That is pretty tragic. You got to put in another 5. You make sure you resub. You got to resub. Let's see here. Let's see. Match the linear. Match this. Match the things. Okay, so we're in matching things. All right. So which one would match with which? All right. So this one here is a little bit more scattered around. So I would say that. Want a gift sub, Gemma? Let me see if I can get into Fob's channel. Hang on. I don't know if I can gift a sub while he's offline. Maybe I can. Gift a sub. Let me check your thing. Ah, okay. Alright, Gemma. Come on. You're solid. Thank you. Oh, okay. I can't do that until tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to wait. So then the third question. Oh, okay. I'll have to do it tomorrow, Gemma. Because I can't do it while you're still actually technically subbed. Alright, so the date of the table is based on the results here. All right, so this first says, hey, I want to find... Oh, actually, let's try it with a different table. All right, so... which variable is likely explanatory variable, which is response rate explanatory variable is going to be the commuting time. Okay, so explanatory variable is the commute time. Yep. Explanatory variable is the commute time. Response variable is the well-being score because the well-being score affects the commute time. No, it's the other way around. It's letter C. All right. All right. What diagram represents the following data? It is going to be A. Okay. Determine the linear correlation coefficient. All right. So all you have to do here, don't worry about it, Gemma. It's all good. I got you. It's all good. All right. It's only $5. Not a big deal. Yeah, we got to make the lists, right? Let's make some lists. All right, so let's make our list here appropriately. Okay, and then we'll put our well-being score here. Okay. Now, in order for us to do this here, once we set up our lists, we'll hit the stat key here, JD. We're going to go over to calc, and we're going to go down to number 4 that says linreg ax plus b. We'll have x list is L1, y list is L2. And we'll calculate that out. And here we go. We got it. We got our R here at the very bottom, which is negative 0.956. Technically, you're still sub to ND, Gemma. So your sub hasn't run out until like past midnight tonight, and then your sub will run out, or whatever you subbed, whatever time that you subbed at, and then it'll run out. So. Does a linear relation exist between the commute time and the well-being index score? Yes, there appears to be a negative linear association. Okay, so that part is true. And that's it. That's what we have to do for part C and part D, JD. Okay. Okay. Okay, Jeff. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, JD, get that test done. You gotta get that test done. Yeah, let's get on that. All right. Very important. No, you don't want to get the test done? Okay. I mean, that's fine. You don't want to get the test done. That's okay. Do what you want. Do what you want, JD. It's not... Don't worry about it. Yes. Gotta do the test. It's due in 4 days. Oh my goodness. All right. Excellent. Anybody else have any other questions that you may have? I know numbers are difficult, but that's what I put the practice test there for, okay, for you to work with. All right. I'll probably be sending out an email probably this weekend and stuff. So do that practice test, and you know there's pretty much the same type of questions you'll see on the exam. Well, they are the same exact questions, just the numbers are different. So there you go. All right. I gotta grab some lunch at some point. That's what I gotta do. Let's see. I mean, I'm glad you offered to share that information, JD. uh, Thanks for letting me know? Question mark. You guys are outrageously crazy. It's 10 past 8. That's not too late. It's only 10 past 8. No problem. No problem. 10 past 8. It's nice and early. It's an early. Get some relaxation time down. I'm gonna go order some Chipotle. That's what's on the agenda. Um Oh, is there today is Cinco de Mayo, isn't it? I totally forgot about that. It is Cinco de Mayo. How did I ever forget that? Shoot. Like yesterday was May the 4th be with you, and then, Cinco de Mayo. I did nothing, Chibs. Hey, look. No, you did something today, Gemma. You came on this stream, you decided to chill and have a nice time, and we talked about stuff on stream and off stream, and things were accomplished, Gemma. Things were accomplished. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Why did I do that? The day of Happy Cinco de Mayo to the Mexicans beat the French. Yes. Hey, if you gotta celebrate a holiday, let it be that. Not a problem. Yeah, just an extra bag. Oh, chips. Okay, let's see. Uh, uh, Food. Let's do it. Hey, got it. I don't have Chipotle Ripperinos. I don't think that they're gonna have a parade. No. I don't think. Unfortunately, you can only have gatherings up to 50 people right now. So there's no way you're gonna hold a parade. Unless it's like a socially distanced parade of everybody being 6 feet apart. Mackey's! I'm so sorry, Gemma. Mackey's is not real food. Okay? Mackey's does not count as actual food. That only counts in people's imaginations. That Mop Kid, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Oh, lamb dinner for your tea. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, give me the lamb turkey. You heard UK food was bad? No, not at all. UK food is outstanding. Did I hear that? I hear that Candace passed away. Who is Candace? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Wow. No, don't. Wow. That's a pretty edgy joke. I mean, it's somewhat funny, I guess. I guess it's somewhat funny. It's kind of sad too. The edgy jokes only work with names that basically can deal with anatomical parts. Yeah. We are not friends, Chips Mac. Look, Gemma. Gemma, I'm gonna be honest with you. I worked at Mackey's, okay? I know how it is behind the scenes of a Mackey's, okay? I know how it is. I will say this, Mop Kid, Cthulhu still loves you. Alright? Um, that is, that's all I'll say about that. um, yeah, that was my first job, Gemma, was working at a Mackey's at 15. Uh, it because I worked behind the counter, I've only gone back like a handful of times ever since. Um, so yeah, McDonald's was okay. It was just I know what goes on behind there. You know, go. My American brain goes. No, that's okay. You could have asked it like, "Hey, what's a Mackey's?" McDonald's, yeah. It's just that when I was working there in 1995, 1995 is when I worked there. Yeah, it was yeah, you there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Yeah. Yep, 1995 is when I worked at McDonald's in high school. I even had to get a permit from my high school in order to even work there. But when I put in my hours, I wanted to what I wanted to do. The reason why I got the job at McDonald's at 15 was I wanted to buy right. I wanted to buy a TV VCR combo. So I wanted to buy a TV VCR combo from a Best Buy, and I had my heart completely set on it. My parents are like, "Oh, well, if you want that TV VCR combo, you're gonna have to earn it." I'm like, "Fine, I'm gonna go earn it. Forget it. You're gonna give me the money." I'm like, "Screw this. I ain't gonna ask you again. I'm gonna go get it." So that's what I did. I went to McDonald's, filled out the form, got all the permissions and everything. Got, took me 3 weeks to dredge up the money. Bought that TV VCR combo and put it in my room. Absolutely outstanding. Mwah. Was a heavy ass boy, but let me tell you something. That TV did a lot for me. That TV did a lot for me. That TV was not only representative of kind of what you have to work for in order to get what you want, but that TV also represented more of my slightly familial independence. Because at that point, when I put the TV in my room, right, I knew that if I put the TV in my room, I could never be sent to my room ever again. Because now I had television to go watch if I was punished by doing something bad. So, you got the 4D chess going on up there in 1995, and basically I got my somewhat independence just based off of that. The TV was too heavy for my mom to carry, and my dad, well, he didn't really care. It's like, okay. I win. I win. Question. Go ahead. Ask away. Better turn this, hang on. Let's see. Where is it here? Go. This thing. There we are. Perfecto. Well, we have French fries, right? We have crisps and chips, right? I mean, I think I don't know why we call it chips. Why do we call it chips? It's like if you take a big old potato block and then take a chip off the potato block. I don't know. Everybody's got a different way of saying it. That's true. That's true. I mean, technically, chip. The question is why America? Hmm. Well, I can't answer that question, but I mean, I don't know how it was in the UK way back in the day, but if they were called, if they called when French fries were invented, they call them chips. Yeah, right. Call it fries, right? So it's like, well, how did that go? But baked potato is different than that of fries, than that of chips, right? Baked potato is a completely different thing. Americans are weird, but some are. Oh well. Gemma's like, some are okay. Okay. Fried potato is different than baked potato. Well, you know fried potato is different than baked potato. You know there's a big difference. Fried is completely different than baked. 100%. That's like saying fried chicken and grilled chicken. Two completely different ways of cooking chicken. Your American Braga Don't worry. Hopefully, you're churning out the memes right now. I can sense it, JD. You're churning out the memes in your head. You're like, I gotta post all this on Discord. Like, you know. How many more memes must we churn out? How many more? What are biscuits and gravy? Because to me, biscuits are cookies. Yeah, so biscuits would be here. I'll get a picture. Oh, actually, hang on. That up here. I need to track my order so I can see where my order is. Won't be for a while yet. Let's see, biscuits, gravy. So this is biscuits and gravy. This is what Americans think biscuits and gravy are. So I put that up on the screen there, Gemma. So they're not cookies. They're like we have like buttermilk biscuits. Those are the most popular ones, right? And the gravy can be made of anything, whether it be sausage flavored, or sausage gravy, or beef gravy, or whatever the case. Sausage gravy is um, the most common and the most popular, but there's a lot of different other types of gravy out there that you can certainly make and put on top of biscuits. So the big look, it's just a topping on top of biscuits. It's actually better than it looks like, I ain't gonna lie. But let's look at biscuits, right? Everybody knows biscuits, but then there's Cheddar Bay biscuits made by Red Lobster. And Cheddar Bay biscuits are pretty bomb. This is some bomb-ass stuff there, Gemma. If you ever go to Red Lobster Cheddar Bay biscuits, unbelievably good. This stuff is like the big floof that would just melt in your mouth sort of thing. It's that good. Like people go to Red Lobster. You could have like surf and you could have like lobster and steak and stuff, but you don't go for any of that first. The first thing that you do is you ask for biscuits, Cheddar Bay biscuits. You ask for biscuits. You ask them to take them home. They'll give you even a foil bag for them. This stuff is amazing. This is why you go to Red Lobster. The biggest reason why you go to Red Lobster. Yes, this is true. Come over, be like, hey, I'll go to Red Lobster. Be like, let's go. Let's all go to Red Lobster. We'll go as a huge group and be like, bam. Get you steak, get you some lobster, get you some Cheddar Bay biscuits. JD, you are missing out. Missing out going to a Red Lobster, JD. I'm so surprised you've never been to a Red Lobster. Oh. There's not... Red Lobsters are... Well, I don't know exactly what city you live in, but yeah, there's a Red Lobster, at least in Elgin, there's definitely a Red Lobster there. There's one where I live here, Schaumburg and stuff, so. There's food at home. Well, I can understand that. To be fair, I want to go to Wendy's. Wow, go to Wendy's. Woo! Wendy's right down the street. There's many better places better than Wendy's. Okay, true Wendy's though is a good fast food. Yeah. Popeyes is really good too. Popeye is really good fast food. I'll admit that, ladies. Popeye is really good fast food. Just for whatever reason, they take a long time making your food. But it's actually pretty fresh when it comes out, so I'm not going to really argue. I know, I'm giving you previews here. I'm giving you previews here. You haven't eaten Popeyes, JD. Oh no. Yeah, you need to go eat some Popeyes. They got a good chicken sandwich there, actually. Chicken sandwich is pretty bomb. See if I can get a picture of Popeyes chicken sandwich. There it is. Popeyes chicken sandwich. It comes in regular and spicy. And it's actually pretty good. It's a pretty clean burger. I ain't gonna lie. Popeyes has pretty decent sides, so I mean their fries are really good. They have mashed potatoes and gravy, coleslaw, green beans. You know they have the gamut. The fries there are especially better than what you will find at KFC. Their Cajun fries are really good. They even have Cajun sauces too. Like so they got like the spicy kick mustard and stuff like that. Cajun mustard is really good. Yeah, Popeyes is a chicken chain. Yeah, they do chicken. They do chicken. IHOP. Yeah, IHOP is the pancakes. So IHOP has their chicken and waffles. Though again, IHOP is like really super generic, so you're not gonna get the best quality of food at like an IHOP or something like that. Obviously, you know that's more like eh. But I will say IHOP is really good at midnight when everything else is closed. So, you know, that part there, pretty alright. Hey Gemma, do you like sushi? I don't know if you like sushi or not, Gemma, or have actually tried sushi. Oh, it's Katie. Hello, Katie. No, I know. I'm just here. I'm just here. No, you hate sushi? That's fair. Okay. I know. Look, I'm just an innocent bystander in your conversation, Katie and Gemma. That's fine. I'll be sitting right here in the picture, you know, on the upper right-hand corner of your screen. I like sushi. Heck, I lived in Japan for 4 years. Sushi was great. Woo! Sushi is amazing. Oh, absolutely outstanding stuff is sushi. Woof. Nah, sushi is not great. I don't know. I love me my sushi. I love me my nigiri sushi or my other rolled up sushi. I want to tell you stuff about the UK. There's nothing. No, I think there's a lot of exciting stuff about the UK. I think there's a lot of exciting stuff about the UK. Okay, okay. JD, I think I should show them. I need to show them. Okay, look. Let's bust out the lose picture. Okay. That's okay. Let's bust out lose, okay? Let's bust out some of the best pizza on the entire planet in Chicago. And that is Chicago-style pizza. That, my friends, is the best slice of cheese you will ever have in your life. Okay? Absolutely amazing slices of cheese. Wait, have you always have a shaved head? Well, I got my hair cut yesterday, Katie. JD, I'm disappointed. Don't worry, you're gonna get these experiences in. Look, Chicago town is not the same as Lou Malnati's, okay? I know you have a similar pizza company, but there is nothing that actually beats the real Chicago-style pizza from the actual city itself. Aha. Aha. Aha! Lou Malnati's is a local chain here in the Chicagoland area. It is considered one of the United States' best pizza. One of them. There's a lot of other places that have really good pizza, but this is the best Chicago style pizza you're gonna find. Oh, que no bueno, no eat cheese? Oh, rip. Rip. But you know what? If you're lactose intolerant, that's okay. That's okay. Look, I'm partially lactose intolerant myself, but I have to do it. I totally understand it though. Some people are, like you, JD. That's fine. Wait. What's good for if you can't eat cheese? About quinoa. Quinoa is really good. Create your own pizza counter. That's true. Domino's, you don't have to get cheese on your pizza either. So, quinoa. Yes, quinoa. 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 It's spelled with the Q. Quinoa. So it's a vegetarian, kind of like couscous. But the point of the pizza is the cheese. Well, if you can't eat the cheese, then you gotta put some kind of substitute, right? Quinoa. That's quinoa. Quinoa. I like that. What's the name? Quinoa. But yeah, quinoa is really tasty. If you add a little bit of flavoring to it. So Asda Asda over in okay, so Asda JD would be like our equivalent of Aldi. Um, we do not have a Nando's here. No, the Nando's is on the East Coast, I think. I could be wrong about that. Would Asda be like a Walmart? Because do they sell like more than just food? Now, Asda's owned by Walmart, but is it just the supermarket side, or is it just does it have like the both like the Walmart like where it has like the supermarket side and the all the clothing and all that stuff? Both? Okay, then yeah, it would be more of the Walmart, the super Walmart. So yeah, you can think of Asda as a super Walmart or a super Target. Okay, yeah. So a super Target or a super Walmart would be an Asda, and then Aldi would be its own thing. There's an Aldi down the street from where I live, so yeah, there's a difference though. There's a difference though. We call that a super Target. So there's super Target because Target is just like the clothing. The super Target comes with the supermarket. Yeah, Aldi's like everywhere, so Aldi is literally everywhere. Yeah. So it's like there's the Walmart Supercenter, and then there's just regular Walmart. Aldi is the cheap stuff, but I mean, you can't really argue. It's still pretty good. Yeah, Super Target is a better Target. Better Target? Yes, better Target. It's better Target. We definitely don't have a Sainsbury's. We do have a lot of local grocery chains though. So the one that's big in our area is Jewel. Jewel is a big one here in our area, and so is Mariano's. Mariano's is another big supermarket chain in our area. That's more of a high class, or higher kind of expensive luxury one. But Jewel is the biggest one that we have around here. But each area has their own kind of big grocery chain. So big ones you could consider a Kroger, Publix, right? Publix would be another big one that's pretty a lot in a lot of places in the U.S. Yes, you could have got JD. You could have gone a long time ago. The larger as is called a superstore. Yeah, so they do the same thing over there in the UK. I'm not stopping you, I swear, JD. I'm not stopping you doing anything. I'm a guy behind the camera. Oh, mercy. All right, my food is on the way. Okay. I have to do. I wanted to do that before 3 o'clock, right? It's 20 minutes to 3. Okay, hang on. Where are we at today? All right, why are we doing this? All right, let's just go with it. All right, fine. All right, hang on a second. Give me just a second. I'm going to. I'll just put this on the screen because I want to look at this. All right, let me take a look at this here. We are doing some trading. Oh my goodness. All right, let's do some trades. We're at 4170. Okay. Let's do a trade here. Da-na-na-na-na. What am I doing for a 2-dayer? Let's see. Sainsbury's Co-op, Asda, Tesco, Sainsbury's, Aldi, Lidl, Morrison's, M&S, Tesco Express. Well, Sainsbury's. All right, so Sainsbury's local and Tesco Express just sounds like a small little convenience store kind of dealio. Say Lidl or Little? Little? Yeah. The express shops are just like pretty much same deal. Whoa, what? Okay, no, I don't want a short iron cutter. Silly things. Do things for 93. Five, three, five. But put DD little. I did kind of do that. I did kind of do that, Katie. I ain't gonna lie. 20. Oh, give me a second, Katie. That's not the correct Discord. I always have like the bad Discord. I really gotta change that. Yeah, it's invalid because it's Discord. Give me a second. I'll throw you an invite. Here you go. Alright, 123.75. 595. Yeah, yeah. Oh. I'm gonna just one second. There you go. One 50. Come on. Uh, where'd she go? She left me. I don't know where she went. She probably went to my Discord. I think. She joined my Discord. There you go. I need help pretty much in the entirety of section 4.2 homework. Oh, no. Alright, that's pretty good. 2. But I'll go for that. Send it. 1:30. Yay, that works. Good stuff. Alright, that works. Alright. Made sure I did that before the end of the night. Alright. James is live. There you go. 1 hour. James is late. He's always late. Alright. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now I did that. James is late. Always late. Always late. Okay. What? What did I just walk into? Oh no! Katie. Well, I'm gonna make it easier for you. I'm gonna make it easier for you because I have to get going here because I got food coming up here. So I'm gonna eat some lunch. And I'll be back here at in approximately like 3 hours. I know you're innocent, Katie. You're amazing. You're amazing. All right. Well, I want to thank Gemma, JD. I want to thank Katie. I want to thank everyone here for coming out here to the stream. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gemma. Yeah, I'll raid James. How about I do that? How about I do that? I'll raid James. You know, because he's raided me before in the past, so that way you can go transfer right over there, over to him. All right. But I want to thank you very much. If I don't see you in 3 hours or so, again, as always, I thank everybody here. I love all of you guys. As always, everybody, stay safe, stay healthy, and more importantly, stay sane. All right? Everyone, have yourself a very wonderful night / day. Why thank us? Well, because you decided to come out to my stream. And and that's really super nice of you to do. I don't think there's a problem about that. I mean, okay. All right, we're gonna raid some James. Yeah, we just try to keep things cool, you know. Try to keep things chill, you know. That's what we do. Let's raid some James. I'll be back in like 3 hours. I'm gonna grab some lunch and you know, just be chill. Let's do it. Have a great one, everybody. Ooh.
As well. How's it going, Chips? Good to see you here. How do your stream go? And flip it at Gemma. How's it going? We're out very quick. Take your time, sir. Take your time. I certainly did today. Thanks, mate. Hope you do. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. So, chat, as I didn't have time to think, ooh, what game should I play today? Should I play a bit more Attack on Titan? Should I go and try this? Should I try that? I was like, you know what? I just want to chill. I just want to chill in some Warzone this afternoon. We're also going to be joined.
The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me, but that's okay.
Hopefully you all know this clip, by the way. Good went home, actually. You home? Good man. Wonderful stream. Wagwan. How we all doing? Very, very good. We're telling him all supermarkets we have in the UK. We're telling Chid. Are you in Chid's stream? Oh, sweet. Look at those people who came from my stream. It was a blast. That's what we love to see. Absolutely love to see. A little street stream. That's what I feel like I need. Twitch.get-sniped. There we go. Just a little nap. Could do. I actually said I was going to... Wait, who do you say that to, KT? Who are you saying these terrible things? You say that to anybody. You don't know it? Ah. He's going to find out. You may not understand it, though, I'll be honest. Very, very simply same. I've got to spend most of the time with my mum at the moment. Maybe nothing wrong with that, right? 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 Yeah, me and Katie were in OGs. Love it. You said it to Chibs. You should not be saying that to Chibs. Not my man Chibs. How do you feel okay? What, is your mum not okay at the moment, Alex? I wasn't aware. It was an accident. Oh, right, okay. I meant to say I was going to tab you. Oh, very bad spelling. Very bad spelling. Jeez. So, chat, we're actually going to be joined by somebody. I'm not going to be jumping in necessarily solo in the stream. You know, we'll probably bring you guys along with us anyway. But I'll be joined with somebody who I used to stream with like all the time. He used to stream himself extremely rarely, but he used to jump on himself as well. Any ideas on who that could possibly be? Some people might know. Some people might know, but not know to know, if that makes sense. They know, but they don't know that it's the answer, if that makes sense. Hey, Milk, what's good, sir? Hey, Alex, love you, mates. Spend as much time as you can with I think you should. I don't know what necessarily what's happened, but I don't think... Spending time with your parents, friend with your mum is always a good thing. Thank you, guys. Love you too, Milk. Showing the love in the chat today. That's what I love to see. Good, Katie. No stabbing. No stabbing. They call me the Dark G's. Why? You're sexy. How's it going? Okay, young sexy. Jesus. Playing the old PlayStation. Here we go. Also, what's going on, Mr. Hodges? 1 hour and like 45 minutes late? I know. I'm sorry. It's all I can say. In short, I was working. Busy working. You know? On some like fun stuff. Luckily, the job I have is a fun job. I mean, you know, is not something I can really complain about, to be honest. But did mean I was a little bit late for the stream. But it's all hard work for, you know, what's going to end up being a great result at the end. James, don't you remember that? No, I do remember. No, I do actually. Yeah. Sorry. I mean, it didn't click immediately, but no, I do remember, yes. Oh, in that case, no, definitely be spending time with your mum, man. 100%. Positive vibes, that's what we want to see. Positive vibes in the chat. Anyone able to guess who I'm going to be playing with this evening? Did you set my sound? Yes, I did, sir. Yes, I did. All sound effects that have been redeemed are in working order, minus Goldfish's, because he never told me what he wants the exclamation mark command to be. And he hasn't been around for me to ask again. So he spent the points and just sitting in the redeemed. It hasn't happened. Is it Milk? It's me. You're all... It's not... Imagine me and him jumping into some Warzone together, Milk. That'd be madness. I actually imagine that. Jeez. Stream is Suhu behind.
I smell him. Wait a minute.
Loud. It's so loud.
Twinkie! Other Twinkie! Man, Jenny Twinkie!
Jesus. Maybe data things. It does happen. It does happen. Is it Neil? Wait, what? Neil from the hashtag? Maybe him throwing in Warzone tonight. Is that your guess?
Yes.
Is you covering up for the yellow hair because it's too much yellow going on in the room? Yes. It is very... It was... Honestly, chat, here's the annoying thing. The one day I didn't stream over the weekend, I had grey hair and it's washed out. It's meant to last.
How are we, mate?
What was it? Apparently...
Hope you are
permanent.
doing well.
So explain this to me, okay? Explain this to me, chat. Explain this to me. Something that is...
man. Professor Chibs as well.
Says
all the big names coming in. Chibs, we've ended Football Manager now, so I've actually gone
on the box it says
an FM stream
or
about
it is,
crying.
washes out after 8 washes.
How are we doing? Well,
it's not Brian
apparently
Cranston,
Aaron
is it?
Rodgers called Brian
False advertising
Goodipin's
after me.
Jerry
And
Crews.
I haven't had 8 bloody washes.
So-
And it's already left my hair. Playing with a
Okay.
bit of salt.
Hope you.
I'm playing with Barefoot Rambo, if anybody remembers the name.
I've been
Seems
well,
like I'm right
Minions.
apart
I've been
from
very
this,
well. I've been very well. Hey, want to talk about? You know, what, to be honest, shits, I got no gateway anymore. Join.
Like I haven't heard from the man Barefoot Rambo in so. Actually, that's a lie. I have heard from him. You know, we used to keep in touch, but I haven't physically played with him in so long. We used to
Wait
play
until
Warzone
June 1st.
all the time.
You can
All
join
the
in though,
time.
Chips. Just have a little
And the
chat.
man
I
then
think
got really,
Judah,
really
when
busy
he's off,
work, and then he
definitely
started
stream the
making
Chelsea
desks.
game. Oh, yeah, don't want to see that.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Ellis, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you? How was your stream? I saw you were streaming.
Oh, yeah. Pretty extra long stream here, actually.
Yeah.
I'll be stepping away for just like a minute or two. I'm gonna probably grab my
Yeah.
delivery. It might be extra.
What again? What again?
Chipotle, my dude.
Oh.
Getting some steak, extra steak with some like chips and stuff.
Decent.
Some outstanding stuff. I might step away for like a minute in just a second. So, but
Yeah.
but yeah, it's pretty. It's been a pretty interesting saga to say the least.
Very. It's very Aaron Rodgers-esque.
Yeah, it's a very Aaron Rodgers-esque sort